Or do you want, let's see, council, we could do it a couple different ways, if I may, Madam Deputy Mayor. We could either go into committee of the whole and then discuss each proposed amendment as we go. Or we already have the main motion to adopt the ordinance on the floor. You could take each amendment out of committee of the whole and just make a motion to relax debate rules.
I think that'd be easier, because I think what happened last year was we went into committee of the whole. We discussed about not doing them, and then what happened was it messed up the numbers, because then we were like, oh, we don't want to move that one. But by doing additional numbering, it messed with it. So I think it's one of those, like, if we just move everything that's in front of us, and then if the debate just goes to, you know, not pass it, then you just choose not to pass it. That way the numbers don't mess up, because they're all numbered that way. I think it'd be easier. I think the biggest thing is just a matter of, like you said, relaxing the debate rules instead of 2 talking points each. We understand that we're going to handle this like it was committee of the whole. That'd be my thought, at least.
Yeah, I would prefer committee of the whole. We just talk about everything. We kind of know what everybody's argument is, and then we bring them back as amendments, vote them up or down, without, I mean, there's the opportunity there for a rebuttal or rediscussion if something comes to mind that didn't come to mind during committee of the whole. But that's just my preference.
So are you moving that, Graham?
I move we enter committee of the whole for the purpose of discussion the 2027 budget.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Graham and seconded by Councilmember Schmidt to enter committee of the whole for the continued budget, the deliberations. Is there any objection?
Councilman Johnson objects. I think we should just move up and down on each one of these because we've already got the motion on the floor. Other than that, we have to come back and renegotiate everything because we can't make a decision while in committee of the whole. So let's just do each one and be done with it. Have our discussion in a relaxed forum.
Madam Clerk, can you take roll call?
Yes. This is on the motion to enter committee of the whole. Councilmember Cottle?
No.
Councilmember Graham?
Yes.
Councilmember Schmidt?
No.
Councilmember Crafton?
No.
Councilmember Johnson?
No.
Councilmember Rubio?
No.
Madam Mayor. Okay, that motion to enter committee of the whole fails with council members Cottle, Schmidt, Crafton, Johnson, and Rubio in support. Graham opposed, Graham in support. Sorry about that. Yeah, so now if we would, Madam Deputy Mayor, so you have two sets of amendments in front of you. If there's no objection from the body, how about we start with one, which is on the white piece of paper. And this, as an example, it was requested by Councilmember Rubio. So if you want to move it and then get a second, and we'll go through each one if that works. Sure. Okay. So Madam Deputy Mayor has asked that I state, so you'll see this is amendment number 1, and it involves an interfund transfer from sewer and the general fund and over to operating revenue. And did our finance consultant want to talk about this? I know that it was made by a council member, but basically the gist of it is the fund transfer from the general fund to the sewer fund in lieu of the proposed 20% rate increase. That's it.
Very articulately stated what this is. Oh, sorry. But yes, it's reducing
Madam Deputy
revenue
Mayor.
and increasing the
Sorry, we need a
transfer
motion,
from
Mr.
the GF.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I move amendment number 1.
Is there a second?
Cottle seconds.
So it's been moved by Councilmember Crafton and seconded by Councilmember Cottle to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget, adopting amendment number 1. Is there discussion?
Madam Mayor. Excuse me, Madam Deputy Mayor. Excuse me.
Councilman
Seeing
Johnson?
as we're not really in a position to approve a 20% rate hike, although we can make that assumption, I think we almost have to do this. We can always come back as a council at a later date, make the 20% and then readjust if we need to. So I would move in favor of this.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilman Cottle?
I move that we accept this amendment just because after the presentation that we had just recently, we've learned that there's all different scenarios that we can look at for changing rates, and it doesn't have to be a 20% in 1 year. It can be all kinds of different scenarios, and I think we need to go through all that first before we make any decisions on it, so.
Councilman Graham?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm opposed to this. I think we're just kind of kicking the can down the road and putting a little frosting on a sour cupcake here. I mean, this is where we need to have this complete discussion about water and sewer rates. We don't need the 800,000 to make it through the year in a positive manner. I mean, the graphs that they've put up showed that. So it's not that we're gonna, not that we're gonna have to turn off the sewer system without this $800,000. So I think, this is deserving of the council's full attention as opposed to burying it during the budget session.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilman Crafton?
Thank you. I remember that conversation we had was basically if we didn't increase rates, we were going to have to transfer money from the general fund to keep operations going. Essentially, if we didn't have a minimum of 20% as well, that's what I understood, is that no lesser amount would keep us operating. But I mean, do we necessarily need the transfer immediately? And I thought it was $355,000 that we needed, or is that how this is offset? So we're doing 2 increases of 355 and 1 decrease of 355. So we're only increasing the water budget by 355, looking at the math here. That's what I'm understanding correctly.
Through the deputy mayor to Councilman Crafton, in order to keep the unrestricted net assets at 50% of the operating expenditures, this fund did have to utilize a transfer from the GF to cover the 20%. The 20% was the amount that we projected that was needed to keep the minimum net assets under the fund stabilization policy at where it was. It's either had to be through revenue or through a transfer for this fund. On the water fund has the capability to absorb, as Waterworth was showing, the ability to absorb revenue or an operating loss for several years where the sewer doesn't.
Okay, and so just to clarify something here, did you say it's the policy or it's code that we have to have that? Because I know it's our general fund has it, but this is enterprise, so.
Excuse me, Councilman Crafton, I was wrong. It is also a code under WMC 5.04025. It states that utility funds have to have a unrestricted net asset position of 50% of operating expenditures.
And so we either A, have to know that we're going to generate enough revenue to meet that need, or we have to make a transfer from our general fund to meet that need. So it's either A, raise rates, or B, make a transfer. Those are,
and it's
by code, we have to pick one of those two.
And it states, if I remember correctly, that any budget passed or budget amendment has to take into account this code section for the enterprise or the utility funds, just the utility funds, not, for example, airport.
Okay, and last comment here. I hope we're not going to bury this. I know the clerk and I have already had the conversation of what it's going to take to get discussion basically and have a conversation with whether it be Waterworth coming back to us or just the council having a conversation. But to me, putting a rate increase built into the budget without public input is completely against how it should go. The public needs to make sure that they're aware of what their rate increases are going to be and have had chance to have that public comment. And I get it. I understand that there's still going to be a division between the rate increases, that even though we pass the budget, we technically are going to pass a separate ordinance that changes those rates. They kind of have to go hand in hand. It still doesn't give the proper conversation piece for those rate increases, like Councilmember Cottle stated as well. There's a lot of moving parts when it comes to our rates. Again, we've had the conversation already. Commercial customers are pulling a lot more, are not pulling as much weight as they should based on what their usage is looking like. And so I think, again, we need to have a more in-depth conversation that is directly just about rates and nothing else before we make any type of rate adjustment. So if I'm hearing this correctly, that basically we're required to either make the transfer or increase the rates. I mean, I think the obvious choice is that we make the transfer instead of making that rate increase. So I will support this. Thank you.
Councilman Graham?
So, Ted, this is, $355,000, which, in the sewer budget is a fairly small number, of course. If this $355,000 isn't moved, what is the effect on the sewer revenue fund? Is that going to mean that we need to change the rates next year, or we don't need to change the rates till the year after?
As you work through with Waterworth, I believe that rates, well, if you do this transfer, you
covered
have
for the
another
fiscal
year
Yeah.
to cover your operating expenditures. This 355,000 is estimated to cover the operating expenditures currently. There's a couple more amendments that may change that and have to add a little more to the transfer. But yes, if you remember in the graphs for sewer, you have that, without depreciation, you have about a $355,000 gap between your operating expenditures and your operating revenue.
And that's with a $2.8 million transfer. So what I'm worried about is, we do this and then we don't have to do anything else next fiscal year. We have to do something during budget time next fiscal year, but we don't have to do anything if we pass this. If we don't pass this, then we're gonna have to sit down and hash out what sewer rates are gonna be. Hash out, is there gonna be an increase? How's it big an increase? How's it gonna be implemented? We have to do that. Whereas if we pass this now, there's plenty of room for, I hate to call it shenanigans, but postponement to make things, push off till the next council or the next fiscal year. And when you're kicking the empty can down the road and hoping that it lands in a mud puddle and gets filled up, that's not a good position to be in, I don't think, but that's just my opinion.
Councilman Johnson?
Thank you, Councilman. My position, I sort of agree with you, except for the fact that this is going to take a lot of time to flush out, okay? And it is, by doing this, we have 1 year to flush out the system because we're not going to be able to do it in the following year. So I agree that, yes, I would like to see it scheduled, but to flush out a rate increase like this and putting a time constraint on us, the time constraint is already built in. It's coming in the next budget. We have 1 year to fix this problem. So in that respect, I disagree with you.
Councilman Crafton?
Thank you. I mean, there's no way to stop what Mr. Graham's stating, is that technically the council could indefinitely kick it down the road until we run out of money. He is correct. I mean, all I can do is make a commitment stating that I have every intention to work on these rate increases, because I understand that we can't kick this can down the road too far. My intention and desire is, one, I think the 20% is too high all at once, but what I want to do is buy us the time to have a proper conversation. And that could take a year. I mean, it could take us until the next budget to get this fleshed out. Hopefully it doesn't. But my intention is to get this fleshed out over the next year that it basically buys this. And hopefully we're not back here, same boat we are right now, having the same conversation next year, that we'll have implemented a plan that's going to work for our constituents in our city.
Is there further discussion? Hearing none, is council ready to vote?
Okay, this is on the adoption of amendment number 1. Councilmember Graham,
No.
Councilmember Schmidt,
Yes.
Councilmember Crafton,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Cottle,
Yes.
Councilmember Deputy Mayor Rubio.
Yes.
Motion passes with Cottle, Schmidt, Crafton, Johnson, and Rubio in support. Graham opposed.
Madam Clerk, would you read Amendment 2?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. This is sponsored by Councilmember Crafton. And Councilmember Crafton, it removes CIP document support out of the Public Works admin budget for a decrease of $21,200.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I move amendment number 2.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
It has been moved by Councilmember Crafton and second by Councilmember Schmidt to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 2. Is there discussion? Councilman Crafton.
Thank you. This is just based on the conversation that we had regarding the budget automation software. I just think that a $20,000 price tag for the CIP documents we got here was a little high. And so I want to see what that automation software has, or we go back to what we had last year. I think what we had last year worked. I mean, this year's nice, but at the end of the day, pretty pictures doesn't necessarily tell me what I need to know. What I want to know is the details, and more or less the words on the paper is what matters more to me. And I almost feel like we had a little bit more detail last year over this year's, though this year's looked really nice. So the intention is to remove this because I feel like the budget automation software is going to do what we need to do in place of this.
Is there further discussion? Is there any objection?
Hearing none.
Hearing none. Amendment 2 passes. Madam Clerk, can you read Amendment 3?
Absolutely.
Where's
Oh.
amendment 3?
It's in the packet. It's in here.
Stop at amendment 2.
In this packet?
You have these site sheets that are handed out.
Under your book, probably. Or it's on my desk.
That I don't.
So amendment number 3, sponsored by Administration Rec Services Director. It looks like this increases natural gas and electricity in the Menard Center budget.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I move amendment 3.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
It has been moved by Councilmember Crafton and seconded by Councilmember Schmidt to amend the fiscal year budget by adopting amendment number 3. Is there discussion? Councilman Graham?
Thank you. Scott, could we get you to talk about how this affects the overall transfer at the end of the year? I mean, the Menard Center doesn't operate, where it covers its cost, and everybody knows that. But if we could kind of get an idea of what this is going to do to the transfer made during the year, maybe you could talk to that, or Ted.
Yeah, through Madam Deputy Mayor to Councilmember Graham. So first, the data on natural gas. Right now, we're at $108,000+ for this year with 2 more months to pay. And we've averaged about another $7,000 to $8,000 for the last 2 months with the progressive rate increases, which is why we're going from 110 to 125, which will be about what we'll end up spending this year. And then on the second part, electricity, we originally had put in 245,000. Again, these initial numbers, I think we forwarded in the budget process back in February, March. And so a lot more of the data has come back. And at 245 that we had right now, I'm at $243,400 for this year on electricity. So, and that's with 1 more month to pay. And we've been averaging about $9,000, give or take, in our June. So to reflect what we've initially requested, these requests here should line us up very well with what we're spending and basically handling the expenses that we've incurred with natural gas usage, with how cold December and such was, and our usage and all the rate increases. In the big picture, to your question, right now in the budget, we're looking at about an $800,000 transfer to balance our budget versus against revenue, which is buried somewhere in here, and I could probably find it. So right now we're at a projected 95. Before this amendment, we're at approximately $95,000 reduction in budget from last year. So this 30,000 would take us to about 65,000 projected decrease from last year's budget, if that answers your question.
It does and it doesn't. I mean, in the budget, revenue for your operation shows transfer in of a little over $1 million, $1,050,000 basically, and this is only a $30,000 difference, which is what I was trying to bring up. So it's a very small adjustment in the transfer in, and it's not something that wasn't thought about when we built the Menard Center. So I mean, we need to, we need to have the lights on. We need to have it warm or cold, depending on which side of the ice you're looking at. So I'm in support because it is such a small increment to the total general fund transfer in. So.
Is there further discussion or objection?
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilman Crafton.
Thank you. This is estimated cost, and we transfer in to this. What do we see when if our budget, if energy costs come down? Everybody's talking energy costs supposed to come down. What happens if we see the cost decrease? Does the money actually, I'm trying to remember if the money transfers for this one. We getting a head shake already, so.
If our costs are lower than we estimate, of course, depending on revenue also, if our revenue is where we project it will be, then it would flow into the MATCOM special revenue fund balance.
Menard Center.
MATCOM. Sorry, Lori. MATCOM's, Menard Center's fund balance.
Okay.
It's just would be like any other governmental fund, well, any other enterprise fund too, that if our expenditures are less than we projected, then it would just flow into the next year's fund balance and the council could use it however they desire.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Go ahead, Councilman Johnson.
Yeah, going back to our discussion earlier, my notes indicated that we based on your conversation, we'd run into a shortfall as we're 87% through the year in terms of revenue accumulation. We're almost already at budget, which justified a budget for the natural gas of 125. However, in the next line item, the discussion went a little bit differently. It went that we needed an additional 6,000 for a total of 21,000 is what my notes say. I'm not opposed to the 30,000, but anyway, that's what my notes had.
Is there further discussion? Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion has been adopted. Amendment 3. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. This is amendment number 4. This is sponsored by Councilmember Rubio. And what does this do? Oh, this removes the 20% revenue increase from the water fund in order to allow council time to engage with the public. So,
Madam Deputy Mayor,
Councilman Crafton?
I move amendment number 4.
Is there a second?
Cottle seconds.
It has been moved by Councilman Crafton and second by Councilman Member Cottle to amend the fiscal year budget by adopting amendment number 4. Is there discussion?
Madam Deputy Mayor,
Councilman Crafton?
thank you. I thought we were, when we had asked earlier that we didn't project in the budget for the 20% increase for water. I thought it was only sewer.
No, they did both.
To Councilmember Crafton through the Deputy Mayor, we did project a revenue increase, also of 20% for water in order to cover a portion of the operating expenditures that were going to be over revenues plus depreciation. But again, in this fund, all the council would need to do to not have this revenue increase is just to reduce it, because the fund can actually absorb this loss for probably, just to off the cut project in 2 or 3 years that we have. The water fund has also always been a more successful fund. There's probably about 5 million fund balance. It's not quite what Waterworth stated, because there's operating or CIP related cash, but it still is much healthier fund than the sewer fund.
Thank you.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilman Crafton, or I mean Cottle, sorry.
I'm sitting next to him.
Yeah,
so-
right?
I'm in favor of this for some of the same reasons as the amendment for the sewer. And the fact that this fund, the water can absorb this for this year. And it will give us the time number 1 for public process and input. And then also, after seeing our presentations, giving us the time to look at all kinds of different scenarios that may work even better. So I'm definitely approving this.
Councilman Graham?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm definitely in favor of approving this. This one is not a time sensitive sort of thing when we talk about water rates. It is something that we need to look at, something we need to solve. Sewer rates, on the other hand, are time sensitive. That's the reason I voted against that last one, but this one is not time sensitive. And the fact that we're building a budget with a 20% rate increase in it that hadn't been talked about is ludicrous. So I'm definitely not for this, or am for this amendment.
Is there further discussion? Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted on amendment 4. On to amendment 5. Madam Clerk?
thank you. This reduces $35,000 out of the animal control account because Matsuboro has now accepted animal care on an area-wide basis.
Councilman Schmidt?
I move amendment number 2027-5.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councilmember Schmidt and seconded by Councilmember Crafton to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 5. Is there discussion? Is there objection?
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Ooh, Crafton.
Sorry, just clarification, make sure we got it, everybody understands why we're doing this. Just to clarify, this is being removed, and it was in here originally because when the budget was created, technically we hadn't, or the borough hadn't approved taking over animal control. I think we were kind of all in the process that we were working on moving it. The council had agreed to it, but we still had to wait for the borough to say yes before we could actually remove these funds. I'm getting a head shaking. Can I get a yes just for people?
You want me to Councilmember Crafton through the deputy mayor, yes.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Councilman Graham?
Thank you, and perhaps this for our deputy administrator. So with the borough taking over animal control, and it's an area-wide animal control now, so property taxes will rise, not because we don't have any in the city, but property taxes will rise on the borough end to pay for the area-wide control. Is everybody paying the same rate, or is the city gonna be charged more because we're a new user, so to speak, or is that?
To Councilmember Graham, yeah, my understanding is they're already collecting an area-wide property tax, and in this last budget, they did have an extra increase for that area-wide tax.
Okay, so it'll continue to be area-wide. The city's not gonna end up, or city residents aren't gonna end up paying more. Thank you.
Yes, it is area-wide. I would have to confirm that specific to the Wasilla residents. I don't, I do know they segregated that out, but I'll get that information to you.
I appreciate that, because it seems to me area-wide is area-wide, and if there's a specific, like a road service area or something like that, and I didn't hear any of that discussion, but I don't watch the whole.
In the original proposal, the ordinance that went before council, there was a small, Councilmember Rubio brought that up. There will be a small increase to city residents, but you're getting the service.
Right.
So.
Yeah. No, I'm just
Yeah.
making sure that we're not burying something accidental here, so.
Is there further discussion? Hearing none, is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor, this is item 6. This reduces out of the general fund $100,000 from the Matsu Borough. Historically, they awarded a planning grant to the city, and it's my understanding that was not adopted in their budget. So hence the decrease on our side.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I move to approve amendment number 6.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councilmember Cottle and seconded by Councilmember Crafton to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 6. Is there discussion?
Yeah, this
Councilman
is-
Graham?
This is pretty much just a cleanup, since we were in there. This is a revenue decrease. This isn't an expense to us or anything. It's just letting us know that the 100,000 that we have been getting for years and years, we won't be getting anymore, so.
Councilman Crafton?
Thank you. Just to clarify, from what I understand, we're going to get this again, supposed to, or is this, we are no longer ever going to receive this? Because when I spoke with our assembly member, Max Sumner, he said that it was just this year because they gave us $200,000 last year that we're not getting it this year.
To Councilmember Crafton, we've not been told that. So thanks for sharing that information. And just to be clear, the planning grant didn't go just to planning. It actually, in the past, has been used for some other services in the city as well. But we've not been notified that we'll get it again. It might have been just a one-time. But thanks for sharing that.
Do we know why we're not getting it this year?
Is there further discussion? Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. We are on to the green packet. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. This is amendment number 7 before the council. And it looks like it's just a cleanup in terms of new information based on a sewer project.
Is there a motion to move?
Madam Deputy Mayor, I move to adopt amendment number 7.
I'll second that.
It has been moved by Councilmember Cottle and seconded by Councilmember Crafton to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 7.
That
Is
was-
there discussion?
Schmidt instead of Kraft.
Oh, Schmidt.
Sorry.
Well, your light was on, I just, seconded by Councilmember Schmidt. Is there discussion? Councilman Graham?
Administration, anybody want to talk on it?
Yeah. Can we hear from you, Ted?
I think this will probably, Deputy Mayor, be a sort of a tag team approach. As we went through this discussion over the last 2 to 3 weeks on the digester, we did come up with more information that the funding sources had been sort of a moving target, but we have pretty much nailed those down from Senator Murkowski and Representative Begich that we can rely on approximately 4 million coming from federal funds, 2 million from the Senate, and 2 million from the House. What they've stated, from what I understand from our Deputy Administrator, that they believe that these two budgets will be passed in September. And then we did get more information from the ADEC loan, which was more positive, that if we took out the 3 million that's built that we're able to get in 2026, that the forgiveness rate has gone up by about 900,000 to 2 million. So if we took the full loan, and Eric, please, if you have anything that I'm saying incorrectly, it would be a 2 million forgiveness. And again, how that works is we utilize those funds, that part will not accrue interest or a loan. So if we took the full 3 million and we're forgiven the 2 million, the debt service on that over a 30-year period. Another thing that was more positive was that they said it actually can be a 30-year loan instead of a 20-year loan. So that would be $44,354 of debt service a year. And then I think we heard as we were going through this that it may be better and more justified to utilize a transfer from the general fund, which would still be a balanced budget because you're using a one-time fund for a one-time project. And that would assist as you go through looking at future water projects, and also assist in utilizing the money that's already been transferred from the general fund from 24 to 26 for water rates and for water programs. And the backup we have just shows that Senator Murkowski was verifying today, I think it was today, the 2 million. And again, we've talked to Representative Begich, and then also we have new information from ADEC stating that for the clean water projects, which is the sewer projects, that we could get a $2 million forgiveness. So it's interesting. You can't count that as a grant financially until you actually spend the money. So that's why we can't reduce that. We have to still do the 9,550,000. Then once we spend that money, that portion of the loan would go away, and then the council could decide what to do with that 2 million of forgiveness. And I don't know, Deputy Administrator Eric, do you have anything else to say?
Through the mayor, no, I think Ted covered it pretty well. I think the general thing that we want to acknowledge is that we want to leverage state and federal funds first. So we're looking at phasing it so that we maximize the use of those funds before city funds are necessary. So there's some specifics on moving monies around, but we will, that will be our main driving force, is to make sure that those funds are utilized first as we continue to solidify those grants and the congressional directed spending. We do have some funds that are sunsetting, so we have to keep moving, but we also will use the funds provided to us by Murkowski and Bevich accordingly.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Councilman Graham?
Thank you. So Ted, I heard several different numbers tossed around out here. I heard an initial number of $9 million. And then as we spend that money, the loan gets forgiven. And then I heard a $3 million number out there, and then the amortization schedule that you gave us here is 1 million. So are we using money out of the general fund for that initial 9 million and then paying back the general fund? And in the 3 million from AEDC, you said you don't pay interest on it until the project is complete, or until because that first $2 million there has to reimburse us for monies that it's spent. So that means that money came from somewhere, which, which we know is the city's wallet. So I'm kind of confused. What are we borrowing and from who are we borrowing it? And then I understand that 2 million we think will be forgiven, but what are we borrowing? Are we borrowing 9 million?
Guess it's not.
Or transferring 9 million, if you look at it that way?
To Councilmember Graham through the deputy mayor, we're borrowing 3 million. The interesting thing in how you have to record this and how it goes forward is that it is a loan until they state that portion isn't a loan. It's not guaranteed. I mean, unless you spend it correctly and follow every, the dot the I's and cross the T's, it is truly a loan. So the funding sources are the 3 million, the 4 million from the federal government, and then up to 2.5 million from the city. And then again, once that amount is forgiven, then it would be up to the council on whether they wanted to leave it in the sewer fund, for example, to pay for the debt service for the million, or it could go back to the city. That would be a policy question by the council.
Okay, so to follow up here, the $4 million in federal grant money, we're gonna spend that before we get, that's gonna be yes or no? Or we're gonna start spending that before we get any of it? Is that correct?
Well, no, excuse me. The one thing is I guess I should, and I apologize to the council, I should go through the full spreadsheet. The total cost is 14,688,000. We already have a grant for the 4,836,000. Then we have another 300,000 of city funds that are earmarked for that,
Ted.
which leaves.
Can I interrupt you? The paper that we have, we start at 9.5. Do we get a copy of another one? The back of
It should be
Okay.
on the back.
Back of your green paper.
All the way to the back of it?
No, if you flip over the
it's
main
The
amendment,
second page.
it's right there.
That's
what
where
he's
we're at.
Okay,
Okay.
so that's the, and
So
I'm sorry.
forget the
I
white
didn't
one. Okay, thank you. Go
know
ahead. Ted.
everyone was
I
there.
was like, this is
So-
not right.
As Eric was stating, our first phase would be utilizing that monies first, because those are, I believe, ARPA type monies, or
They're not ARPA, but they have a lifespan that we need to move on.
that we have to move quickly on. And then we're hoping by that point in time, then we would have the 4 million of the federal money. And we would have the 3 million, we could take that loan at any point in time, probably at the start, if we know we're going to be able to get that 2 million of that back right away. So the funding would be, by the time September comes, you know, we're going to know whether or not we have the federal money. So again, this just is the funding sources that we believe that are available for that. And as I stated before, if any of these funding sources do not materialize, then we would have to come back to the council. It's for the second phase. I believe the first phase can be done pretty much through the monies that we have right now.
Yeah, so we'll phase it based on funding. So we won't get ahead of ourselves because we know we don't want to contaminate the federal grant process. And as Ted said, if one of these falls through, then we'll come back to the council, talk about that.
So it sounds to me like the administration, the federal administration will give us money and then we just report on how it was spent. But the state requires us to spend the money and then they're gonna reimburse us. And in addition to that, until they reimburse us, we're gonna pay interest on that money that we borrowed, all of it. We're only gonna be reimbursed for the principal, is that correct?
Not quite. From what I understand is that this loan sort of acts like a grant in itself for the first 2 million that's forgivable. As you spend it, you can request reimbursement for it. So until you spend the 2 million and they've reimbursed you for it, then that last million, once you start spending that money, then the interest will start amortizing on that section.
That's very helpful, thank you. Now, I'm gonna vote in favor of this, but as long as the other council people remember that we're now taking on debt for the city, which I don't think is a bad thing. We're in a great financial position, and to be able to leverage things, we, sometimes need to use debt, but know that, we've been championing for years that we're, debt free and got all our loans paid off. So $3,000 a month or whatever this is, $3,600 a month isn't a big obligation, but there is a huge return on it. So I don't have any problem with going into debt on this, but as long as we all realize that we're changing one of the things that we've always used for economic development and other things by telling people, well, we don't have any debt, so we're a really sound city. But, with only $1 million in debt for a city our size, that's pretty amazing. Thank you.
Councilman Johnson?
I agree with Councilman Graham. However, I'll call for a voice vote because of the debt.
Councilman Cottle?
Madam Deputy Mayor, with the $1 million being able to have a 30-year loan at 2%, it would be foolish for us not to do that. We can make more on our investments by leveraging our own money. If this was my money and I could buy $1 million house at 30 years at 2%, I'd jump at it. So I think this is a good move for the city. I think it's a financially sound move for us.
Councilman Schmidt?
But it's my understanding we can pay it off early if we choose to.
There's 0.5% penalty if you
It's an administrative fee.
fee if you pay it before the year's up.
Councilman Crafton?
Thank you. First question is, so we're talking about 2 phases. How long is phase 1 going to take?
Well, we haven't broken it up officially yet, so it'll be basically the lifespan of the first loan obligation, which I think is end of fiscal year 28. And so then
Fiscal year what?
I believe it's end of 28.
28.
Mm-hmm. But it's a federal fiscal year, so it's approaching fast. So we have to get moving with. We're at 95% design. We need to figure out what our funding plan is. As soon as whatever's approved is approved. We'll be immediately dividing that up. I'll be talking with the consultants tomorrow. We'll come back with what that scope is. Based on that, I'll have a timeline on when it can be complete. We will, it's a complicated matter to have multi-phase projects, so we'll have to know where it starts and where it stops and how we keep things operational. But we feel that because we're moving to a new building, that does give us the latitude to move those controls out of the way, expend those funds as necessary for the grant, and then have the plan to build the rest of the system. If we were having to balance it where the same system was going in the same place, it would be far, far more stressful and more complicated. But we have that space to kind of move back and forth and make those cost-effective decisions.
So if we're gonna spend this 5.1 million first, which is money that's been essentially already allocated to this project, are we gonna spend the 5.1 before the end of fiscal year 2027?
Before the end of fiscal year 2027, we'll do our best, but I can't guarantee that.
And of that 5.1, 4.8 is the money that you're talking about that has to be expended as soon, more or less as soon as possible.
Correct.
We have to spend that money first. And what's the deadline on that money?
I believe it's the end of fiscal year 28, but it's the federal fiscal year, so it's like September.
That's September next year then. At
I
that
think
point.
so.
27.
Yeah, it'd be September 2027. Well,
Yeah, so we're on track with the design to let out a bid soon. We just need to figure out what our phasing is going to be based on our funding package.
and then which some of these numbers have changed since the conversation we had just a couple days ago. Because the other day you told us it was 2.4 from Congressman Begich and 1.9 from Senator Murkowski. And that's now changed to $2 million from each.
So, when I talked to Senator or Representative Begich's office today, they did reduce it to 2 million, but there are no matching funds required.
Okay.
It's 2 million, no matching funds. The 1.9 is a 2026 appropriation from Senator Murkowski specific to the interconnect. That's independent of the 2 million for sewer upgrades from Murkowski in 27.
Wait, one more time with that. So that's with the 1.9 is for the interconnect project, not wastewater, you're saying?
Correct.
So this 1.9 that we got told about the other day, is that put on there? This is the white sheet that we got given the other day.
Correct.
We've received.
I am confused.
Yeah, that's where I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding the numbers here correctly, because that's what this sheet said something differently the other day.
So the 1.9 is for the interconnect?
That's what I'm trying to understand. Because I remember we got money from Murkowski for the interconnect
Correct.
project.
That's a 2026 appropriation.
That was 26.
So then it's an additional 2 from her too?
That's not what they said.
That's what they said.
This is
So now it's all.
the one that we just got notified for. Well, the 1.9 is what we were notified for. And it specifies interconnect.
Brief at ease, 558.
This is the 2 million.
There's two separate ones. This is a 2 million for 2027. The 1.9 is on Tuesday.
Back on the record at 5:59. Ted.
To the council, and again, this has been a moving target of funding, and we have gotten from Senator Murkowski. The 2 million is the amount that is coming in her budget that has made it through the subcommittees and will be taken up for the vote in September. And the same thing for Representative Begich, as the deputy administrator has stated that they have reduced it from the 2.4. It was actually 2.9 with communication monies, and now it's 2 million. So as of 6/15, this is, we know we have the $3 million loan, and we know that we have these two funding sources at the federal level. And we believe that the amount needed to complete the funding package, as Eric stated, is the 2,550,000. So again, we've had 2 or 3 versions as we have gone back and forth with the federal delegation, and today meeting with Representative Begich, and then an email from Senator Murkowski. We know that we believe these fundings, and again, if this doesn't happen, then it will, we can't move forward with the rest of the project due to the fact that we don't have the federal grants. But, you know, we believe that this allows us to do one of those, as Eric called, the complicated bids, where you have one portion of the bid that moves the building, and then you have an alternative bid to build the digester. But we need to know that, and again, that protects us if somehow we didn't get the federal monies.
So just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, you're telling me to forget what we were told the other day essentially on this, because from what I understand, that there was 1.9 that came from fiscal year 2026.
Correct.
And that for fiscal year 27, there was another potential 2.9 from Senator Murkowski. So that would bring us to a total of 3.9. But there was a potential that instead of 2 million on fiscal year 27, that we would get 4.9 million, which would essentially entirely fund this project, and we would not have to spend, outside of any matching dollars, potentially any of our own money. That's what I thought I understood the other day.
And at the point in time, I believe with that sheet, we still needed about a $2.8 million transfer from water. But again, these are the best numbers that we have now, and the 1.9 is for the interconnect and not for specifically the wastewater treatment expansion, where we now have those numbers tied down.
Eric, Deputy Mayor Eric.
Yeah, through Deputy Mayor. So it's a funny problem to have because Murkowski is providing funding opportunities across the board. So it is confusing on why the
Senator
numbers.
Murkowski? Would that be Senator Murkowski?
Senator Murkowski, excuse
Thank you.
me. Senator Murkowski is providing funding opportunities across the board. So the 1.9 million was earmarked for the interconnect, which is a water project, which can't touch sewer. And then that was fiscal year 26.
Yeah.
In fiscal year 27, there were 2 requests. One for 2.9 million, which was sewer tank replacement. So that doesn't touch the septage.
Correct.
And the other one was 2 million for wastewater treatment plant expansion. So that's the 2 million that you're seeing in that email, which backs up the numbers in that spreadsheet. So apologize that. So one thing that happens is we put in these requests through the congressional directed spending portal, and then Crystal is going back and forth with chiefs of staff to say, how much could you give if we asked for this? Can you give that much? No, not quite yet. So they have to move back and forth based on the latitude that Senator Murkowski has with funding opportunities. And so the number does change because she is trying to balance needs from all of her constituents. And so it feels very nebulous until finally we get these confirmations that Senator Murkowski has added up what she can gather for funding opportunities and figure out who in the constituency is getting what. So apologize again for the 1.9 getting confused with sewer monies, but it's a water fund, and the 2 million is the funding for the sewer treatment plant expansion.
So what I'm hearing now is that we don't have a pathway to pay for this entirely out of federal dollars, not counting match. I mean, I understand match is a different story here. I mean, I got no issue with spending our own money to make a match happen to get a grant like that. That's not the issue here. But I mean, because the conversation the other day is it sounded like, hey, we have a capability to reach our goal here without spending anything outside of our own match. And what I'm understanding is that's not the case anymore now, because we've gotten more clarification.
Well, so one difference was we were talking about transferring 2.8 million from water into sewer to make the project whole.
But
And
looking
instead, it's now 2.5 out of the general fund.
So when I looked at, again, these are the numbers I was basing everything off of because this is what I had in front of me. We had ADEC loan forgiveness at 2.2, a little over 2.2. And then we had transfers. One was from water, one was from general of 2.95. When we add those together, we're going to get $5.1 million there. And if we were going to get 4.9 from Murkowski, now we're only looking at $200,000 difference here at that point. So, I mean, technically the water fund transfer wouldn't have happened at that point because we had that's based on the numbers that we had here. So that's why I'm trying to understand is how we got, how this has changed. Am I making sense here?
Yeah, I don't.
This money.
Through the deputy mayor to Councilman Crafton. As you saw, as we stated on the federal grants, we believed that at the point in time, we were going to get 4.3 million for federal grants. We were going to utilize 2.217, 219,000 for the ADEC loan, and we were going to need 2,950,000 for transfers. And yes, we are going up 800,000 in what we're requesting on the ADC loans. So that would bring down the transfers to about 2.1 million. And as you look at the new one, instead we're only getting 4 million from federal funding, which means we're getting 382,000 less. And we are getting more on the ADEC loan, but we still have a gap of the 2,550,000. So we never projected based on the one, this one, that we're going to be able to fund it totally through federal and the ADEC loan. So
Okay.
we were
So-
confusing you. We apologize.
Councilman Crafton, or
Through the chair, I think Councilman Crafton, where maybe the confusion came is there was some verbal numbers,
Correct.
which is where, yep.
Yeah, and I understand that. I'm just trying to make sure how we didn't lose it, but it sounds like there was some confusion on what that money was actually originally going to. And so now you're telling me, okay, we've kind of solidified it and those numbers are $4 million in grants. I'm still struggling with this 2.5 million that we're pulling out of the general fund is where I'm trying to come to the realization, because we're not even gonna be spending that money this year. Cause we've got $5.1 million that we've gotta spend. And then the phase 2 of the project, which is really the building of the digester, is when we might touch our own money. And then going through some of the emails that we got, that are attached to this, it looks like that there is loan forgiveness is on a per year basis, on a per fiscal year basis. So for SFY, which I assume is state fiscal year 26, clean water projects, which might be based on the fact that we're talking about $2 million in forgiveness, has to do with wastewater treatment. So we could theoretically get $2 million of forgiveness now, and if the next phase of the project, we took another $2 million if we were able to get it, at that time would be another $2 million of forgiveness. And now we're looking at $500,000 of our own money. Is that a possibility? I mean, I'm just struggling why we need to make the transfer now and why this entire project as a whole has to be approved when we're breaking it down into separate projects.
Can I comment?
Shot and then, well, just to talk about having the right plan that's approved.
Councilman Johnson?
I think part of the issue is when we're gonna do large projects like this, you need to have a funding plan in place. Now, the general fund is a year-to-year fund. When we transfer it to the sewer fund, as I see happening here, that becomes a SIP fund, which can be used in downstream years. So therefore, is what we've got is a funding plan for the project in place with the transfer, which will go into. So I can't tell you which exactly year the 2.550 is going to be spent, but I need to have a place for that, or we can't really move forward with the project because we don't really have a plan as to how the project will move forward.
If that's the case, then the dollar amount should say $6,550,000, because we're not guaranteeing
No, we've already done that in the
the
previous
federal
years.
dollars.
To Councilmember Crafton, and the reason why we're requesting the total $9,550,000 is in order to actually go out for a bid with an alternative portion of that bid. So we need to be able to state that we have the money in order to go ahead and do that bid. And if the federal funding doesn't come through, then you don't have to do that portion of the alternative bid. But again, we are trying to have, as Councilmember Johnson stated, the full amount. And again, we can't recognize the 2 million until ADEC actually states they have forgiven it. So that's why that funding source is at 3 million, and 4 million is the federal funds that we believe we're going to get. And then what's the gap is for that project, the total amount that we need for the project, the digester project, is the $2,550,000. And
Deputy
again,
Mayor.
oh, go ahead.
Deputy Mayor Rubio, I'd like to share with Crafton. So the 4.9 million is a correct number. It didn't go away. But the 2 million that she specifies in this, and I'll make sure you guys get a copy, is specific to expand wastewater treatment capacity and replace failing equipment. An additional 2.9 million was appropriated to replace septic tanks. That does not, and so it's very specific, so it is 4.9 million, so it didn't just go away. It's just very specific on what we can use those dollars for. So the 2 million that's in this specific amendment is the 2 million that can be used for the treatment facility. And I will give a copy of this to the council.
Councilman
Which,
Crafton?
which document are you looking at now? So are those the emails?
So this was a letter we received April 15th of 26 from the Senate showing all the projects. And Wasilla has 2 projects for a 27 appropriation.
So my question about the additional 2 million still didn't get answered on the loan forgiveness portion of it. So it sounds like the loan forgiveness amount is on a per year basis.
It can be. The first 2 million that you utilized can be forgiven. Again, as you see in the email, it says it's not guaranteed. So it's a forgivable loan, and I've dealt with these before, even on your financials, until ADEC actually says that portion is forgiven. It is still a liability and a loan on your books. And again, this is more of an accounting thing. If the 2.5 million does give us more flexibility in moving forward as we go through to get the loans, and also the 4 million of the federal funding. But the total project is, again, 9.5 million. And these are the funding sources we would have to say. And if we didn't have the full funding sources that we believe that could be used for that grant, or excuse me, that project, then we'd have to go out for a bid with a subject to appropriation, which would be harder to get companies to bid on the total project.
Yeah, that's correct. And we don't want to move into the project bidding phase without the council having comfort in at least this plan. We'll be, like I said, leveraging all the federal and match state funds first. But with the monies that we've already received from Senator Murkowski, having a timeline to be spent, having some city monies gives us the flexibility to pick the right phasing position. We don't want to, you won't be able to phase it to the dollar of Senator Murkowski's funding, right? So there's going to be some rounding, if you will, to get a complete project for the first phase. And then we move into the second phase based on funding allowances from the federal government. So we're trying to continue moving on those projects while leveraging every federal dollar that we are afforded to us.
I'm a no vote on this.
This is on the adoption of amendment number 7. Councilmember Schmidt,
Approve.
Councilmember Crafton,
No.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Cottle,
Yes.
Councilmember Graham,
Yes.
Councilmember Rubio.
Yes.
Motion passes with council members Cottle, Graham, Schmidt, Johnson, and Rubio in favor. Councilmember Crafton opposed. And Madam Deputy Mayor, in our green packet, the amendment forms are double-sided. So now we are on to amendment number 8, which is sponsored by Councilmember Crafton, which creates a capital project for a roads master plan in the amount of $250,000.
Councilman Crafton,
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Move amendment number 8.
is there a second?
Second by Councilman Johnson.
It's been moved by Councilmember Crafton and second by Councilmember Johnson to amend fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 8. Is there discussion? Councilman Crafton.
Thank you. Over the last, I think this is the 3rd time I've done this now, I've added a master plan each fiscal year. Would have loved to do them all at once so that they were all nicely timed, but I feel like the burden would have been too much on the city to try and do all that all at one time. So I've been slowly working on them. I think this master planning is a little overdue on when we should have started it. If you go and look at our current roads master plan, it's from 2005 and there's 20-year projections. So I mean, we've just reached the end of it, but generally you want to start that project before it technically ends. If you know about driving around the city, you know that the roads aren't the greatest. And I think this is a plan in place that is going to help really project what we're capable of. A lot of our businesses, and we run off sales tax, want to know where roads are going, where roads could be, where the potential is for the next big traffic area so that they can be getting business off the street, or people just driving by so that they're getting seen. I can't express how important this is. I almost kicked myself wishing I would have done this one first. But I think the water sewer ones that I pushed for were much needed, especially based on the last conversation we had. I mean, just to give you an idea of how important this is, when I was looking at the master plan last time, if you know the lawyer's office just below, or just north technically, or sorry, south of C Street, not C Street, Cruzy Street on the Parks Highway. Cruzy actually was intended to be pushed all the way through to Palmer Wasilla based on what the roads master plan is. And the amount of access that would have given our city is pretty phenomenal in my idea. So I think it's so vital that we get this updated so that we can start looking at where we want our city to go in the future, as well as have all of our master planning done. So for the most part done, so that we can actually start truly projecting and determining where the dollars that we hold so tightly and direct can go appropriately. So I encourage you to approve this one. Thank you.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes, I fully support this, and I want to emphasize my particular interest in the roads master plan. It's one thing to have just a plan, a road goes here, but what type of road? And I would like to have us within the plan actually think, if this is a residential road, okay, where is our sidewalks? Where is our street lights going to be? And include those kind of things into this master plan. That's really going to be essential for our town growth. Just to have a road, that's great. But as you can see in varying discussions that we've had in the planning meeting, this can be very contentious, particularly if we don't know what road is planned for what type of use.
Councilman
Deputy Mayor.
Crafton?
And
Or Cottle, sorry.
I'm not sure who all would answer this, whether it would be Eric or the deputy administrator, but with the current plans that we are working on right now, is it even feasible to do another plan in this next fiscal year, or should it wait one more year until we finish what we're already working on?
I'll take that. Through Deputy Mayor. No, I think there's definitely capacity to have this done. So if we talk about the water and sewer master plans, we have same team on that. They're obviously full up, but there's plenty of opportunities for the consultant support. I think this is a great opportunity to use this planning to be specific about what the city wants for standards and build into the future what the city wants to see for that, but also leverage it so that the MPO is effectively used for the city as well. It's been something that we're involved with. The mayor was one of the founding members of the policy board, but it is also a tremendous amount of work to stay on top of what the MPO is doing. And so leveraging this to augment what the MPO can provide to the city. We've talked about some matching programs that we're asking for funding for in the CIP. That took a tremendous amount of work on my staff's part. And so be able to have consultant support to work on the city specific stuff and then leverage the MPO to get those projects going for us too, I think would really be a force multiplier. So I would be very excited if the council supports this opportunity.
Madam Deputy, can I follow up? real quick?
Yes.
You know what? That question just went just like that. I'm not sure. It'll come back to me.
We'll come back to you.
Come back to me.
Councilman Graham?
Well, I'm pretty sure I didn't catch the question, but I'll add some comments of my own. as Councilperson Cottle said, we've got a lot going out there as far as master plans go. We've got the comprehensive plan, number one. We've got phase 2 of Title 16 out there. We've got sewer and water master plan that we're working on. We've got a Parks and Rec master plan that we're working on. I support a roads master plan 100%, but I would prefer to see the administration tell us what order they're gonna do things in. The things, I mean, if we put this out there and put the money out there, the administration can decide, well, this is the highest priority, so let's push back the Parks and Rec, or let's push back the comprehensive plan, or let's push back phase 2. I think it's just a timing thing. If we get far enough along during the fiscal year next year, and we've got things lined up, we can always add this. This is not a huge thing, but once we put it in the budget, we're telling the administration we want some progress on it. And I'm not sure that the administration can actually come forward and say, well, we can make progress on this, other than saying, well, we've hired a contractor to take a look at this. And I don't know. I support the plan. I just don't support the timing, so I'm going to vote against this amendment.
Madam
Councilmember
Deputy Mayor.
Cottle?
I'm sorry, I slipped into neutral there for just a second. Eric, to your knowledge, are there any grants available for doing a roads master plan? Because I'm not against a master plan, but we have so many going on, and then I look at the cost for it too. But so I'm just wondering about grants.
I am not aware of any for transportation. So I haven't seen anything come across my desk that would provide that right now.
Okay, you don't know of any MPO monies or anything like that?
So the MPO has its projects that it's working on, but it's very centric on what it will do. So they don't have any pass-through grants. They will be tackling their area-wide planning grants. So while we get a seat at the table and we have nominated projects, and a couple of ours are actually at the top, they will not help us with any projects that need right-of-way. So they're very much improving existing corridors, but we have some that have no corridors at all, and those fell to the bottom in their rankings. So we were able to fine tune a couple projects that fit their mold, but we definitely, since we're still a growing city and we have these disconnected areas, kind of like what Mr. Crafton talked about with a right of way up to Cruzy and stuff. Those are too big of projects for the MPO to handle. And so whether it's this fiscal year or next fiscal year, the city definitely has some initial project creations that are outside of what the MPO can even fathom. And so I am a supporter at some point, if it's not now, next year. I would love to be able to have access to a consultant through these funds to augment what we're able to do sitting on the MPO seats and advocate. Because what we see is so at the seats are the cities, the borough, and the state. The state has like 6 people that just think about transportation planning. So they're at all the meetings, and that's what they do every day. The borough has a couple people that work on their transportation plans. And then us in Palmer have a person or two that are just trying to meet those deadlines and get some submittals in. And so we've been fortunate that we've been able to do that, but it feels kind of ragged, and to have some more support to really leverage those projects for Wassila's benefit would be really satisfying for my team.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Rubio, I just want to add to what Eric has already shared, but from an economic development standpoint, it's our understanding DOT is just getting in the queue an update to their access plan, which is exactly why we have the conversation on the Parks Highway right now. That access plan is 40 years old. They're going to be updating their access plan, and then we've got this couplet going in. So if we want to rewind the story of, you're going to cut off the access, why are you cutting the access off to my business? That probably should be a conversation that we run parallel while they do their update to their roads access plan. And that's something they'll be doing in the next year.
Councilman Crafton?
Thank you. I think as much as I'd love to, get some grant funds for this one, I think most of our, was it water sewer got covered by some of the additional grant funding we have. So we're not actually footing the entire bill on those ones that we funded, if I remember correctly. Is that correct? One of them's getting partially.
Are you referring to the master plans? Yeah. So water and sewer both have funding coming from the state revolving fund.
Are they completely funded or just partially? Do we know?
Partially.
Partially funded. Okay. And then the other thing too to think about this is, as I mentioned, our current one is more or less out of date. It's 21 years old at this point now. And two, we haven't been following it. But what this also does for us is when we have all our documents in order, it gives the direction of the administration of saying, hey, this is where the city needs to go. But it also allows us to go back to our federal delegation and say, hey, look, we got our ducks in a row. We know where we need to go. And this is, we know where we need to get to. We need your help getting us there. And so it's same with the state as well. As we can, our deputy administrator was saying, we're running parallel with the state when it comes to their planning as well. So everything is basically on the same page, same timeline. And we can get more federal grants, more federal dollars coming to us to help cover those projects that we want to get to. And then also, so our constituents, our businesses that come in here, they go, oh, wow, you guys have the potential to put a road here. I'd love to put a business here. I will commit to putting a business here if you guys will help commit putting a road into that place there. But when you have a 20-year-old document, it's really hard to commit to those types of projects. So thank you.
Is there further discussion? We are ready for a roll call.
Okay, Councilmember Crafton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Cottle?
Yes.
Councilmember Graham?
No.
Councilmember Schmidt?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rubio?
Yes.
Motion passes with Cottle, Schmidt, Crafton, Johnson, and Rubio in support. Graham opposed.
Deputy Mayor, can we take a 10-minute recess?
No.
We got all this green
Sounds like the
packet,
mayor.
and I'd love to be able to spend a few minutes to look at them before we continue.
So we'll take a break for 10 minutes. So we'll be back on the record at 6:41. Back on the record at 6:45.
We're on number
We are on number 9.
Okay, council members, we're on amendment number 9, which increases the planning department budget for legal services by $60,000. And Councilmember Crafton, it's not noted in the rationale, but I believe your intent was to fund the Title II rewrite, or phase 2 of Title, not 2, Title 16, pardon me.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I move amendment number 9.
Is there a second?
Graham seconds.
It has been moved by Councilmember Crafton and seconded by Councilmember Graham to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 9. Is there discussion?
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilman Crafton.
Thank you. While I don't love the idea of having to give our attorney more money and increase the budget for legal services, what our clerk stated was correct. Based on what we've seen in the past with the legal services in planning, and knowing what we have coming up with the title or phase 2 of Title 16, as we've called it, I believe we're going to be needing those dollars. Again, I don't love this and I wish I could have done less, but I just really strongly feel that this is going to be necessary. Can't ask much, but all I ask is let's just not pay her to do the minutes is all, but I'll leave it at that. So.
Is there further discussion?
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilman Cottle?
I am not sure who answers this one, but I know when we did the first work on Title 16, there was legal fees that ended up, I mean, the clerks talked to the attorneys about certain things. The mayor talked to the attorneys, the planning talks to the attorneys, the deputy administrator talks to the attorneys. But this is just for planning. So, I mean, should this be split up between some departments? I'm just, for it to all go into the planning department, but every time the mayor talks, it comes out of her budget, things like that. So, yeah, maybe you can answer that. That'd be
Through
great.
the chair to Councilmember Cottle, I think I can answer that. On the attorney invoice, there's actually a line item for Title 16 rewrite. And so whether I called, which normally I wouldn't on something like that, but whomever, if it was toward that project, the charges would go towards that project. It's just managed by the planning office. Does that make sense? Rarely would I would almost never call without looping in. It would be something the deputy administrator would say. Can you get clarification on this, or would be something maybe that the attorney would want to respond to on all of us, because perhaps it came in with notice, so that might be the only time I'm CC'd.
Councilman Graham?
Thank you. Yeah, if we look back at, on page 78 here, we look back at historical, FY23 about 28,000, then we went 24 to 133,000, 25 to 104,000. Like Councilperson Crafton, I don't like this, but this is the history of the account. So, let's do our best to learn from history instead of ignoring it. So.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilman Crafton?
Thank you. Yeah, I don't want to focus. It's not wholly Title 16. That's part of the reason why it doesn't just say it in here, but I'd say it's more in line with what Mr. Graham is also pointing out. It has to do with the fact that based on history, we know this is what the planning department's spending down there. And so, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck. We'll call it a duck. That's just what it is.
Is there further discussion?
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilman Cottle?
I kind of question if we actually need 60,000. With the first rewrite, we did a lot of the heavy lifting. Now it's more fine tuning. So I am kind of against a $60,000 amount and would rather entertain the lesser amount.
My original amount was 40, actually, to increase it. So
Okay, I might go with that.
it wasn't originally to increase it by 60. It was actually to increase it by 40. And I just looked at the history and went, man, maybe it would just be better to go with around 100,000. Can we amend it down?
You can strike, what's your increase, 60 and insert 20.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I move that we strike the 60 and reduce it to, where the increase amount would be 40,000 with an ending of 80,000.
I'll second that.
Has been moved by Councilman Crafton and seconded by Councilmember Schmidt to amend from 60 to 40. Ending budget amount would be 80,000. Is there discussion on that? Hearing none. Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted.
The secondaries amount now before you
Oh, yeah.
is the 40
Now.
and the 80.
Back to the main amendment.
Oh.
So, cause
Okay.
then somebody could strike 40 and then, is there any objection though to 40 and 80? Passed.
Yay.
Yay, hearing none.
You wanna read number 10?
Was this? No, okay.
Not yet.
So what this does is there was initially, I believe, a vacancy factor built into the budget, and this reduces that vacancy factor by adding in more monies.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I move amendment 10.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Has been moved by Councilmember Crafton and second by Councilmember Schmidt to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 10. Is there discussion?
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilman Crafton.
Thank you. I think this was a lot about kind of where I was pushing with the officers portion of it. The question I would have is, before I do the math, maybe we just get everybody on the same page. Do we have what the total amounts are supposed to be on the bottom here? That'd be great, because sometimes it's nice to see what the total is and not the individual lines. Do you want a moment, or do you got those and you can read them off?
I will need just a moment to do that, but if you want to discuss something else or what have you, and then I'll have that number here shortly.
I guess Chief, can the Chief speak to why he brought forward this amendment then?
Councilmember Crafton, the reason I brought this forward is, you know, in my, I guess my simple mind is that if I'm allocated a certain amount of positions, then I feel like the budget should appropriate the amount of positions that I am allocated. What I'm cautious about is, even though I do have a vacancy rate as of today, it just takes some couple of good qualified officers to show some interest. And what I would hate or try to avoid is not being able to hire somebody until I can come back to council requesting more money if I happen to be not able to support my wages and overtime, given the fact that it's already hard enough to hire individuals that are qualified, and I wouldn't want to delay until I could come back and for a council meeting not to hire somebody. Years past, if I'm allocated for a total of, again, for 38 positions, 32 sworn, and I feel like the budget should reflect what I'm allocated for my full-time employees.
Thank you.
Councilman Member Schmidt.
Yeah, I'm for this as well. I think he's correct in the fact that we need to allocate the money in case there is an opportunity to get this person hired. I don't want to have a hold up to trying to get this appropriated at a later time. If he's able to go ahead and fulfill the positions that we need for the city, I think it's a good idea to keep it in the budget. And obviously, if he doesn't use it, he doesn't use it, but I would like it in there.
Councilman Graham.
Thank you. So I agree with the chief that we should be looking at real numbers, but if the city has, you know, through its budget process, which is run through all the department heads and the mayor has decided that a vacancy rate is the way that we're going to do things, I don't think we can say, well, we're going to use a vacancy rate on one department and not use it on another. So either we trash the whole vacancy rate idea for the whole city, you know, or we don't. You know, I don't know who came up with the vacancy rate idea. I mean, it certainly seems to reflect a little more true to the budget. you know, the actual expenditures there. But, just doing it for one department is not the right way to do it. You know, we either have a vacancy rate, or we don't. You know, department can set a vacancy rate. For instance, the police department can set theirs at 11% and HR can set theirs at 1%. You know, and that's fine, but either we all use the same formula with a different variable, or we, you know, come up with a new formula or crash it all together.
Councilmember Johnson?
I agree with, Councilman Graham. I think if we have a special rule for one and not the other, it's problematic. I mean, you'd have the same problem with MatCon, for instance. I mean, we always have vacancies there, and I think the thing to do is to try and match the city's budget as close as we can to the actual expenditures. One of the things that I had when I was working at my previous employer, managing a bigger budget than the city's by far, is I had to manage something called cost performance index and schedule performance index. I think within finance, you sort of understand that, those particular metrics. And unless you have a budget which reflects reality as to what your spending is, it's almost impossible to actually control a budget to an SPI or CPI on any given year because the budgets are inflated. So, you know, if you're running 100% CPI, what does that really mean if your budget is inflated, or 80%? Now, if you have a budget that you're trying to manage, and at the end of the year, you're at 100% CPI, boy, that's really good. You made budget. Okay. But if you back up and you're 60% through the year and you're at 30% CPI, cost performance index, you have no idea really where you are if your budget is inflated. So it takes away your financial tools to actually manage your budget. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Do we have the numbers?
So I do have those totals for you. At the bottom of the beginning budget column, the total is 4,441,530. At the bottom of the increased budget column, the total is 233,168. And then the ending budget column total is 4,674,698.
One more time, that last number.
Of course, 4,674,698.
The beginning number?
Yes.
Again, one more time.
The beginning balance total was 4,441,530.
So the difference we're talking about here is $233,000. I see both sides of this. I mean, again, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Graham both make really good points. You know, there's benefit to not having the vacancy in there, but also at the same time, like Mr. Schmidt said, is I don't want the chief to feel like if he hires these guys tomorrow, because all of a sudden we've got 3 more hires that come in, however many it is, that now he's got to come back to council and ask for the money back. When we've already said you should have these positions, we want to give you these positions. And now you got to come back and ask us for it in the budget. I mean, it's half dozen in one hand, 6 in the other. I think there's pros and cons to both of this. It's hard to say which really matters. I mean, if it was different line items in the budget, and I know sometimes some of the concern and discussion, and even my concern's been, is the amount of moving that happens inside of a department. I wouldn't really think that they're pulling money out of their salaries and benefits to move into other aspects of their budget to be able to spend money. The question is that allowed?
To Councilmember Crafton, under the code, it's allowed under policy. Any monies moved from salaries and benefits have to be approved by the mayor.
by the mayor,
Yes.
and that's any dollar amount?
Any dollar amount that's moving from salaries or benefits to a different line item has to be approved by the highest level, that it can't be moved by a director, or it can't be moved, for example, by the CFO. It has to be approved directly by, requested by the director and approved by administration under our new budget policy.
But the rest of their departmental budget can be moved by the director, basically the department head.
I'll let
It can be, if it goes over a certain dollar amount. I can't remember off the top of my head what that amount was, but I can definitely get it. If it goes over that certain amount, the mayor also has to approve it, even if it's just like supplies to repairs.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Madam Deputy Mayor,
Councilman Cottle.
couple things real quick. The vacancy factor amount that we received, that has all the departments that have a vacancy factor, that number doesn't match this number for public safety. And I'm just questioning what that difference is. The sheet that we received before, the vacancy factor for public safety is 227,567, and this increased budget amount is 233,168.
Do you need a copy of what she's talking about?
Yes, please.
And if I could, Madam Deputy Mayor, while Jackie's looking at that, one of the I have shared some of the same concerns as Council Members Graham and Johnson. It's not right to change the vacancy factor and take that away from one department and not the others. Everybody has problems filling positions. One of the things that has been brought up with public safety is how long it takes to fill a position. You have so much vetting, so much stuff to do. Correct me if I'm wrong though, Chief. This doesn't preclude you from recruiting and still going out there to find somebody, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so, and just because it takes so long, and I love the due diligence so that you get quality officers. I don't see a problem where if you have somebody that you're thinking is gonna be a good fit, it doesn't take long for us to do, I don't know, excuse me, Jamie, if it's an ordinance or what it is, for us to quick put that money into the budget. I mean, cause you can still recruit, and and it may not be that you're right at, I'm gonna make this offer to this person, but if you think you're close, we put the money in the budget. I kind of wrestle with doing it for one department and not the others. With the vacancy factor, it gives us truer numbers.
Is there further discussion?
I think
Councilmember
Jackie's
Graham?
got the answer.
Oh, she's got the answer. Okay.
So the difference between this previously provided spreadsheet on the vacancy factor and the amendment is workers' comp. Workers' comp was not included in this spreadsheet originally.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then Councilman Crafton, go ahead.
Thank you. My only concern about coming back to the council, and again, I get this is a bit of a what if, and depending on when it happens, there's a chance that that timeline of when you want to hire somebody and coming back to council can get stretched out. There are a couple times of year where, I mean, we go longer than basically 2 weeks when we have a meeting. So I mean, it only happens a couple times a year, but again, there's always that other chance too. Some emergency happens and we have to cancel a council meeting and we're not able to then approve that money and it gets stretched out from a month to get that money approved to now 6 weeks or even 8 weeks, so. I'd have to say I'd be for putting this money back, but again, at the end of the day, I don't think it makes much of a difference because he can still recruit, so I'd be for this.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. Can we take roll? Sure.
Okay, this is on the adoption of amendment number 10. Councilmember Johnson.
No.
Councilmember Cottle.
No.
Councilmember Graham.
No.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yes.
Councilmember Crafton.
Yes.
Councilmember Rubio.
No.
Amendment number 10 fails with Schmidt and Crafton in favor, Cottle, Graham, Johnson, and Rubio opposed.
Madam Clerk, would you like to read that in?
Amendment number 11 looks like it decreases the Axon digital evidence, and I think this was reported on by Lieutenant Lopez at the last meeting. PD was able to negotiate a better rate.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I move amendment 11.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
It has been moved by Councilmember Crafton and second by Councilmember Schmidt to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 11. Is there discussion? Councilmember Crafton?
Thank you. Just for the record's sake, Chief, if you could clarify that the reason for this was just the negotiated better rate.
Yeah, absolutely. The only reason I threw it in there just to show that we've been actively negotiating and what we had in a current quote decreased per year by 25,000. Just to reflect the new number for what I'm asking for to fund this CFP project.
Thank you, Chief.
Councilman Johnson?
Oh.
No? Okay. Is there further discussion? Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. And then, Madam Clerk, I don't know if we want to look at 12 through 20 going together?
Yeah, do you want to talk to the body? I think that's a great idea.
Right, they're all,
They're all-
are you guys okay with 12 through 20 going together?
No problem.
Because it's, okay, go ahead, read it,
Yeah,
ma'am, yeah.
12 through 20,
One.
12 through 21?
12 through 20,
No, 12 through 20.
12 through 20.
Yep.
Okay, 12 through 20, administration, correct me if I'm wrong, but what this does is it funds the various accounts from public works, from roads to properties, parks maintenance, sports center, treatment operations, collection systems operations, treatment on the water and sewer side. Recently, labor contracts were approved, so this puts money in to what the actual wages are going to be for 27.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I move amendments 12 through 20.
Is there a second?
Cottle seconds.
It has been moved by Councilmember Crafton and seconded by Councilmember Cottle to amend the fiscal year budget by adopting amendment numbers 12 through 20. Is there discussion? Councilmember Johnson?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, just one question. Was this actually then ratified by the union? Or is this proposed by the union?
I can answer that. So 302's union has ratified it. 341 is still next Monday's ratification.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Councilman Crafton?
Thank you. I think our HR had given us the total numbers previously, but do we have accurate total numbers, what the adjustments will be? Because we don't have them. I mean, we don't need it for each one, but like, I think as a whole, it would be nice if we got those at some point.
Yeah, I can get those for you here before the end of the meeting.
Thank you.
Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Next is amendment number 21, which proposes to remove one FTE from patrol.
Madam Deputy Mayor, move amendment 21.
Is there a second?
Graham seconds.
It has been moved by Councilmember Crafton and second by Councilmember Graham to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 21. Is there discussion? Councilman Crafton?
Thank you. I don't do this one lightly. I just, the vacancy factor right now with the police department, I just say, if we were only missing like one officer, we were consistently only about one down, and we are trying to get it so chief could start recruiting, 2 at a time instead of just one, because he can only recruit as many as he has positions available. I'd be up for adding some more. While I do agree that we probably are going to be needing some more officers here in the future, at this time, I just don't feel like we need to be adding this additional position.
Councilman Johnson?
Yeah, I understand your logic, Councilman Crafton. However, I'm not in favor of this. I want to keep the maximum number of officers that we can recruit on the books.
Councilman Graham? Oh, sorry, didn't see yours. Graham?
I think,
Mhm.
okay, yeah, this is the same amendment, that I brought forward in a package of handwritten amendments, and, Councilperson Crafton, is as good a historian on the budget as anybody here. And so he can remember that every year the police ask for one more FTE, and every year we say, well, recruit to the point where you need one and we'll give you one. And we've got the same thing going here. Once again, we're asking for one more FTE for patrol, when we're 3 officers down at present, is it? And recruiting is, really a challenge. So all we're doing here is we're inflating the budget. We're telling the chief he has more money to spend than he actually does. So adding this FTE doesn't make sense. And once again, if we get to the point with the police department where everybody finally decides that police are a good thing and they want to be an officer, and recruiting picks up, then we can look at how the chief is going to deploy the additional FTE and fund it if necessary. But right now, this is just, inflating the budget for something that is not going to happen. History shows us that that we're just not going to spend this $288,000 or whatever it is. This increased budget amount. There's no total down here, but it's $150,000. This is why put $150,000 in the budget that we know we're not going to spend.
Councilmember Schmidt?
Yeah, I disagree with this. I want to keep this on the books here because I can tell we have the need for it. And even though we don't have the people here to recruit right now, if we find a good person, I want to have it on the books so we can request that. I don't want to take it off of here because I can tell by the overtime alone that we could put another person in.
Councilmember Cottle?
Madam Deputy Mayor, a question for, I guess maybe finance, is if we do not remove this FTE request, can this amount for the wages be added to the vacancy factor?
Unless Ted thinks otherwise. I would imagine if that is the will of the council, then we could do so.
Because I would be in favor of that. That we allow this FTE to stay in there, but as far as the funding for it, it gets added to the vacancy factor, that funding is not appropriated until we have a person to fill that position.
Councilmember Johnson?
So by putting this into the budget the way that it is, we actually are creating a slight slush fund in terms of our current recruiting. So our vacancy factor was figured out with the respect of 32 people. So in essence, the vacancy factor from, if you look at it from this year to previous years, is actually slightly different. So the way I see it is that it's almost a partial response to the earlier discussion that we just voted on. So I support keeping it in the budget.
Councilmember Crafton?
Thank you. Clarification question. I'm trying to remember, per our code, can we only add FTEs during the budget process, or can we amend the budget at any time of the year to add additional positions?
Ted?
Like, tell me if I'm wrong, Kimberly, but I believe, well, it's actually interesting enough in the finance code. And it just states that the council has control over FTE and also title changes or those type of items. So the council can at any point in time add FTEs. Administration cannot. Only the council has the authority to add FTEs.
Thank you. So follow up to that. I mean, the chief told us that ideally he would want 4 more total. So he's asking for 1. He technically asked for another 3 on top of that. 4 was the number you gave us a while back. I'm seeing some head shaking.
I want to clarify a few things. First of all, the original request was for two officers. After a discussion with the mayor and doing a proposed budget, it was reduced down to 1 position, and that's what I had supported. It was the comments of, I was asking for 2. I believe that you had asked of like, what would it be great to, what would I ask
Ideally,
for?
if you could have it, yeah.
Would be a officer on 1 on every shift. Given the fact of that's ultimately my goal, but I was known about that's, to budget for it as we move forward with the growth and development and the infrastructure that's happening in the city here. I also mentioned that, right now I have a vacancy of 3 people. One of those is a lieutenant's position that's going to either be promoted within the department, that will open up other positions within the department, or look for outside candidates. Because he had just recently retired last Friday. With that, I am slated for 38 total personnel. Of that 38, it's 32 sworn, and that's including myself. I'm allocated for 39 due to the fact that we have our drug investigator that is 100% funded, and I went to council not too long ago to ask to backfill that position when we were cleaning up some, when I originally asked for this position. When I asked for the JAG grant, which is 100% funded, I had indicated in that ordinance to backfill that position. If for some odd reason that drug investigator grant goes away or not 100% funded, then that position would go away. So out of my 3 vacancies, I would have 2. As I am not, the grant for the drug investigators on a federal grant, and I'm still going to ask for 100% funded. I'm anticipating, due to the amount of money that they're going through right now, which is like FY27, that position will be funded for at least probably another 3 years at 100% funded. But if for some odd reason that it does not get funded, then one of those 3 positions would go away today.
If I could continue here. My concern is our operating expenditures are borderline not tracking with our revenue. And so by adding more officers, adding more capability for officers to be brought on, starts putting us in a pretty scary position. And we're already really close to our operating not tracking with our revenue. I mean, one could even argue it's not. So that's why I'm against adding these at this time, and even with the idea of throwing this into the vacancy factor, because essentially you're saying you kind of have to think about it that even though the money's not showing up here, we're still in essence allocating the funding for an FTE, even with that vacancy factor. And so I at this time, I'm just not on board with even going with that vacancy factor aspect.
Councilmember Graham?
Thank you. So I'm gonna go with Councilperson Crafton on this. This is just throwing money in the budget that's not gonna be spent. You know, I mean, the chances of us recruiting 4 new officers in the next year without anybody retiring, and we know we've got 2 more coming up that are leaving, then that's just not a realistic ask. You know, I mean, unless we go to New York City and get a whole precinct to apply for our jobs here, we're not going to get 6 officers next year, plus this one, which would be 7. So I remain in favor of the amendment, which is to not increase the budget and add 1 more FTE for the patrol.
Is there further discussion? Can we take a roll?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Councilmember Cottle,
No.
Councilmember Graham,
Yes.
Councilmember Schmidt,
No.
Councilmember Crafton,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
No.
Councilmember Rubio.
No.
The amendment fails with Councilmembers Graham and Crafton in favor, Cottle, Schmidt, Johnson, and Rubio opposed. Moving on to amendment number 22. This is sponsored by Councilmember Crafton and removes 1 public works clerk.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I move amendment 22.
Is there a second?
Graham, second.
It has been moved by Councilmember Crafton and second by Councilmember Graham to amend fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 22. Is there discussion? Councilmember Crafton?
Thank you. For this position here, again, looking at the aspect of where our operating and revenue is tracking right now, at this time feel like our Public Works Department does an amazing job. I know they probably could use an additional position. I just personally feel at this time that it's not fully warranted. And so I just don't feel like at this time we should be adding an additional position there.
Councilmember Graham?
Thank you. I also remember the discussion on this, a large part of it was based on the directors adding the responsibilities for the clerical administration of the cemetery. And after talking with the clerk, it just isn't justified by that. I mean, after the cemetery duties are added and we find out exactly what that is, and it turns out that Public Works admin is being stretched to the point where they need an additional one, I would support it at that time. But at this time, we're just kind of throwing it out there based on something where we're not sure exactly what that workload is going to be. So I vote in favor of reducing this additional FTE for Public Works admin.
Is there further discussion? Eric, would you like to talk on this?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity. I realize I struggled to make a clear nexus on this request. While we hadn't really spoken much about the cemetery work as outlined by the clerk's memo several months ago, I guess one of the other things to consider is that we are moving the project manager to fully CIP funded, which means, to be honest about those hours going to those projects, the work that they've been providing as other duties assigned with the support in legislation preparation would have to stop basically. And so I think as we talk about the city becoming more organized, if you will, in the amount of grants that we've gotten. So we've talked about a grant manager, the load of creating the required documents to bring to council all of these different projects has grown as well. And so we want to continue to provide high quality and improve our quality of the legislative documents that come before you. So to lose that ability with a technical writer in my project manager, to have them be honest and transparent with their hours going to their projects, to use their project management skills where they belong, we're requesting this expansion into a clerk that would aid in that. So there is definitely, and every meeting that we have with the council, I have a need to bring good, well-written documents for the work we're trying to get done. And so every meeting that we don't hit the right number of documents from the council, I feel is a missed opportunity to do the important business of the city. And I worry about the throughput that we're able to provide with all of these projects that we're working on and the projects that are coming, as they require interaction with the council for expenditures, for new contracts. There's you see the packets that are produced to the council, and we want to do a good job, provide well-written documents, and use every meeting that we have with you to provide the data that you need. So that's kind of the background on needing additional clerical support through the position of a clerk.
Thank you, Eric. Councilmember Graham?
Thank you. Well, thank you, Eric, for that explanation, but I mean, I haven't, you're replacing, you're saying by removing some technical writing skills and adding a clerk, that's gonna make up for that. You know, for me to support this, I would need to see a job description that shows what this person does and what their, you know, what percentage of their time is dedicated to that. Because this doesn't say, you know, and I don't know how public works clerks work, if there's a clerk 1, clerk 2, clerk 3, like there is in finance. I don't know how that works, but, you know, someone with technical writing skills is not, you know, it is somebody we're going to hire off the street, but the pool to select from is pretty thin, and they have to apply before we can even consider them. So if I were to see a job description that justified this and showed, well, this person is going to be doing this, which Joe used to do, and they're going to be doing this, which Sarah used to do, and they're going to be doing this. You know, if it showed me that, then I would be supported, but I can't support it at this stage.
Is there further discussion?
Madam Deputy Mayor,
Councilmember
I'm-
Cottle?
I do have to agree with Councilmember Graham on this. I think we just don't have enough information on what this job is really going to entail. So I would really encourage you to do up a job description, give us a lot more information, and come back to us with it.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Madam,
Is there objection? Would you like me to roll call?
no objection? No objection. Hearing none, the motion is adopted. On to number 23.
Okay, number 23 is sponsored both by council members Crafton and Schmidt, and it proposes to reduce the gasoline budget by $1,250 in administration.
I move to pass amendment 24.
23.
Oh, 23.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councilmember Schmidt and seconded by Councilmember Crafton to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 23. Is there discussion? Councilmember Schmidt.
So I was looking at last year's budget, and they went through about $903 through the first 3 quarters. And I just don't see the need for 3,250. I looked at the mileage on the vehicle at 10,080 miles, and I can't imagine needing $3,200 worth of fuel.
That's exactly where I was with this as well. I mean, just looking at what's been spent, not so much this year, but more so the years past. Is 2024 we had just under $2,000 spent there, and so I think $2,000 is a little bit more of an appropriate dollar amount.
Is there further discussion? Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. On to number 24, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Number 24, sponsored by Schmidt and Crafton, proposes to decrease the repair and maintenance budget within administration mayor's office by $1,500.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I move amendment 24.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
It has been moved by Councilmember Crafton and seconded by Councilmember Schmidt to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 24. Is there discussion?
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilmember Crafton.
Thank you. The thought behind this one is, this one is again specifically the mayor's vehicle that has 10,500 miles on it. The need for $2,000 in repairs to me just felt a little excessive. There'd be no reason for tires. If there was major damage to the vehicle or major repair, I mean, I feel like that would be a large enough amount that she would need to come back to council. Otherwise, to me, what this budget covers is oil changes, which most vehicles nowadays, 10,000 miles, you can go on fully synthetic oil before you're needing an oil change. So at 10,500 miles, I believe, Madam Clerk, she's had the vehicle for about a year and 15-ish months, I want to say. It's not been quite a year and a half, maybe at most a year and a half. And so I'm just, you're looking at maybe 2 oil changes a year at $150 a piece. And then any other miscellaneous things, windshield wipers, things like that. I'm just struggling to allow $2,000. A $500 amount makes more sense, especially when a tire changeover, is going to push you 50,000 miles before you're seeing a need for tires. So I'm in favor of dropping this down to $500.
Discussion.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, I agree with this. An oil change or two and some car washes, I think $500 is very sufficient to take care of that for a year.
Clarify something real quick as well, just because you mentioned car washes. We have a contract with one of the car wash companies. Are they covered under that, or does each department that has a budget for a vehicle pay for their car washes out of their repair and maintenance budget?
So both are correct. We do have an account for that, but it is allocated to each individual based on which car actually goes through the car wash.
So essentially, whenever the mayor, the deputy administrator, or one of the police officers goes through the car wash, which they should be going through that specific one, it basically gets charged.
Yes, to the city account, and then it is allocated in finance to each individual.
Okay.
Councilmember Graham.
Thank you. So clarify for me, what is our deductible? 2 questions. What is our deductible, for the mayor's insurance on the car? And number 2, did we have to come up with that deductible when we repaired the mayor's car this year after that accident, so I just want to make sure we have enough money in here to cover the deductible for the insurance.
Yeah, of course. Each vehicle is $1,000 deductible, whether it's police or the mayor. And yes, when we had it repaired, we paid that $1,000 deductible.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Mayor, I move to amend the budget decrease to 1,000, to where we at $1,000, so the ending budget amount is $1,000.
You want to strike 1,500 and insert 1,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Is there a
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councilmember Graham and seconded by Councilmember Crafton to amend from
Amend the
1,500 to amend 1,500 down to 1,000, correct?
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilmember Crafton.
Thank you. So we pay insurance deductibles out of the repairs and maintenance budget?
When a repair needs to happen, yes. So we pay the full bill for the repair and then insurance reimburses us less that $1,000 deductible.
Discussion.
Is there further discussion?
Is there any objection then to the amendment which strikes 1,500 and inserts 1,000? Hearing none, that passes. And then back to the original, which is just back to where we are, another vote on the same thing unless there's another amendment. We're gonna decrease by 1,000 with the ending budget of 1,000. Any objection? None, that passes.
On to number 25.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. On to number 25, sponsored by Councilmember Schmidt. This reduces general supplies and small tools within administration mayor's office, supplies by 500 and small tools by 500.
Councilmember Schmidt,
I move to pass amendment 25.
is there a second?
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councilmember Schmidt and seconded by Councilmember Crafton to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 25. Is there discussion?
Schmidt, do you have a comment?
Councilmember Schmidt,
Yeah, I was noticing pretty much no money had been spent out of that account. And therefore, I don't see the need for the $1,000 on each one of those. That could be reduced down to 500 apiece.
is there further discussion? Councilmember Crafton,
Thank you. Yeah, I'd have to agree here. I actually was originally going to be put in once reduced by 25%. So this is probably why this amendment trumped mine. I mean, I'm looking back here, and in 2026, we actually originally appropriated $1,000 under small tools and equipment for the mayor. And it looks like that money got moved somewhere else in her budget. So again, I don't see this really being necessary right now. I know when we'd asked about it during the detail portion of this, the mayor mentioned, you know, you got a new administration coming in. What if the mayor wants a couch or different tables? Because, you know, she's got a conference table and chairs in there now. I mean, if you want to make that big of a purchase, I feel like the mayor can come back and make that request or find the money somewhere else. But just looking at some of these years here, I think this is where money starts to slip away, is through these accounts. So I'm in favor of cutting these back.
any further discussion? Is there an objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. On to number 26.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. This is sponsored by Councilmember Schmidt, and this is reduces general supplies in the human resource budget, decreases that line item by $7,000.
Councilmember Schmidt,
I move to approve amendment number 26.
is there a second?
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councilmember Schmidt and seconded by Councilmember Crafton to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 26. Is there discussion? Councilmember Schmidt,
If I remember right, Eric, when you were discussing this, you were,
This human
is
resources.
account.
oh, sorry about that.
It's okay.
1 second. Yeah, so in this, like, we had appropriated, I want to say supplies, 5,500, and we've only spent $708 through the end of March. So I thought $11,000 was pretty high, unless there was a specific reason that I don't know about. I would move to decrease that to 4,000.
Councilmember Crafton,
Thank you. Just looking back in history again too, I mean, this is an interesting one because, I mean, I was advocating earlier that based on what history is telling us, $11,000 is appropriate. The part that I'm most curious about is when I look at last year's general supplies, we had approved $11,000 for it, and so $5,500 got moved somewhere else in the budget. Again, I was going to be putting in 25% decrease in pretty much general supplies across the board, and so this is one of those ones where I'd like to say yes. I know our HR director mentioned to me that she was wanting to purchase, I believe it was ergonomic devices or something. But I'd love if she'd speak to this as well, if she could, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Good afternoon. So in the general supplies budget for this year, we're accounting for purchases for the safety committee, equipment, PPE, first aid kits, those types of things, which we've not covered. Additionally, we utilize this account for ADA accommodations and workplace ergonomics. So the increase came in, and excuse me, I'd have to pull up the budget, Councilmember Crafton, but I think we end up transferring from that fund last year because we went over on professional services. We had some additional expenses associated with NeoGov. I don't know if Jackie can pull that up really quick, but off the top of my head, that's where that money went.
I look back at our amended, because again, I've got two different versions here, but originally you requested 13 last year, and it looks like we approved 10, just for clarification. Yeah.
Whatever council approves, we'll work through.
And it looks like, I'm sorry, how much? It looks like that we transferred 5,000 to computer software.
Oh, yep, that would have been the NeoGov software.
Is there further discussion? Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none.
Graham objects.
Roll call.
Thank you. Let's see, where am I? Okay. Councilmember Graham, you're first out of the chute. How do you vote?
I vote no.
Councilmember Schmidt,
Yes.
Councilmember Crafton,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Cottle,
Yes.
Councilmember Rubio.
Yes.
Motion passes with council members Cottle, Schmidt, Crafton, Johnson, and Rubio in support. Graham opposed.
On to number 27.
97, sponsored by Councilmember Schmidt. It is to reduce property rentals within the Parks Public Works, I guess, Parks Maintenance, by $7,000.
Councilmember Schmidt,
I move to amend number 27.
is there a second?
Cottle second.
It has been moved by Councilmember Schmidt and seconded by Councilmember Cottle to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 27. Is there discussion? Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, if I remember right, Eric, I think you mentioned to us that you had purchased a compressor, if I remember right. So I didn't know why we were needing so much money on that if we had already purchased some of one of the items where you were asking for money for rentals. Can you kind of elaborate on that for me?
Yeah, thank you for that question. The parks have a lot of projects that they'd like to get to, and so having that rental monies allows them to bring in specialized pieces of equipment that we don't own. So you're correct that we did buy the air compressor as a joint purchase between the rest of the divisions, so they'll share that, so they don't have to rent it anymore. They do use excavators and other equipment is listed in the rentals, and so I don't know if you've seen if you look at the budget for the expenditures, we didn't get as much work done last year. We had an employee that was out on FEMLA, and so that kind of impacted the special projects they could do. The request this year was to catch back up on some of those projects that the parks can do with our full-time staff with these rental pieces of equipment. So that's the reason for the continued request this year.
A follow-up?
Mhm.
So do you think you could get by with the 10,000 and then if you needed more in the future, you could ask for more?
Yeah, we would be happy to stretch to the funding allowed, and if we can't finish those projects, we'll let you know.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. On to number 28.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. This is sponsored by Councilmember Crafton. This reduces temporary wages in parks maintenance.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I move amendment 28.
Is it a second?
I'll second that.
It has been moved by Councilmember Crafton and second by Councilmember Schmidt to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 28. Is there discussion?
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilmember Crafton?
Thank you. The reason why I was dropping this one down is essentially the actual change that I'm making was the $65,000. So originally they're asking for it's an $80,000 increase for temporary wages, and based on the conversation was they wanted to hire more temporary employees. And it's not that I'm against the hiring of more, it just goes back to the, kind of like we were talking about with the police department, where we have a bunch of vacancies that we're unable to fill. In this case, I think it's only 3 vacancies. And so it's partly a policy conversation, but really what I'm looking at here is I don't think hiring more is going to make the difference. I think it's going to be changing our recruiting practices. How that might look exactly, I'm not 100% sure. I know Mr. Graham and I sat down and talked about some of the amendments and some of the changes, but these type of workers, I mean, they're looking for money in their pocket is what they want to see. And so we need to make sure that our rates are competitive and we're incentivizing them to stay. The additional amounts that come with this is just because we're reducing the temp wages, but my intention here was to reduce the temp wages by $65,000, basically still give them a $15,000 increase over last year, which maybe they'll get an extra position or maybe they can implement some of these changes, see what can work out. I'd be happy to give the department this money if we knew that, you know, all these positions were going to be filled more or less tomorrow. It's kind of like the police chief. I'd love to give them more. I just don't see this as the best use of dollars in this position here.
Councilmember Schmidt?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I would agree with let's keep it at this dollar amount here, the reduced amount. And then if you get to next spring where you're needing the extra temps in the first part of the last part of FY27, then we can ask for some additional if we get to that point. But I don't know that we're going to get to that point, but if we do, we can further approve it at that time.
Councilmember Graham?
Thank you. This is a 33% decrease essentially in the number of people that we'll hire, which is a very significant number, but even at a 33% decrease, that gives us a couple of more positions than we had in previous years. I don't have a problem with the budgeted amount, but like Councilperson Crafton said, I have a problem with the way these people are paid and incentivized to stay, because without some sort of incentive to stay, they walk on to the next best job that they can find. So I'm going to vote for this, but I am going to encourage Eric and Jess to work with HR to find some sort of way to incentivize these people. And if that means we need to come back and adjust this, we can do it. But I mean, what we're doing now isn't working, and to throw more money at more people who are going to walk away just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But we could certainly use more people in parks maintenance. I mean, our parks are great, you know, but I mean, our parks get heavily used and they need to be maintained. And having more people there would certainly make us look better as a city. But I just don't see this as solving the problem. This is just throwing money at a problem and hoping it solves itself. I can't go for that. Thank you.
Is there further discussion?
Eric, want to chime in?
Eric?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I hear what the council's saying. I don't think we have a recruitment issue other than, we are competing with the rest of the market. And so, we don't want to put ourselves in a hiring situation where we are on a revolving door, where we go through the work to find people, interview them, get them trained up safety wise, get them outfitted, and then have them leave. So there is some support that we need in offering a wage that keeps talented, interested people in this job. But it also it scales with the amount of work that we can do. So an engaged employee is going to be more productive, but they can only do so much per hour that they're hired. So while I hear the desire to see what can be done with this reduced funding, it will be a measurable limitation on the amount of work that get done each week. So I would love to talk with HR, and we will figure out what we can do to incentivize people to stay. Maybe there's longevity bonus of finishing out the season, something like that. But that will be, that'll be a direct impact to the budget. So it would increase either overall wages or the final staffing that we can provide. We do have seasonal employees that are interested, and so that's the balance of, if they have to leave 2 weeks early because they're going back to school, or, they have a seasonal job where they head out of town, something like that. That's always the challenge with what Jesse has to manage when he has an influx of seasonal workers, and he's doing his best to keep them engaged and proactive and safe while they do their jobs.
Is there further discussion?
Madam
Madam-
Deputy Mayor. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Councilmember Johnson?
Sorry. I agree with the intent, but I think it's a little bit too draconian for my taste. As I run the numbers, that would allow us, if amended, only a 12% increase in our budget, which would effectively not give us really much increase beyond maybe some additional wages, but I don't even know if we'd be able to add really an additional person to that. As I said, I think that it's a little draconian. Anyway, that's just sort of my thought.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilmember Cottle?
Eric, can you tell me just kind of a ballpark figure about how many employees that you have that revolving door with a year for the parks? How many, you get trained up and they go somewhere else? Is it 10%, 50%?
Yeah, I wish I had Jess for speed dial, but it's probably a quarter of them, at least. And so he has been very careful to fine tune the teams. There's the Mo crews and there's the other aspects to keep the really engaged people there. But it's probably a quarter per season that he has to replace, and so and it will be of the total. So we've talked about 14 positions. So he will replace at least half of those, I guess is what I'm saying. There'll be, of the 14, half won't make it through the season. So he'll hire 21 for 14 to stay.
Can we follow up, please? Eric, and I know you don't have a crystal ball. I don't expect you to have one, but with a higher competitive wage, do you think some of those that are going through the revolving door, because it takes time to train them, do you think you would have a higher percentage of them staying?
I think that there would be a market increase. I don't know what the ratio would be for, dollar for dollar increase for retention, but there is kind of a lower limit of what these entry level jobs provide. And so as we look at the market for just competitors around us, Target's been used as an example. They're starting in the mid 17s or higher, and that was last year's number. So I don't know what their rates are now, but so there are options if somebody is trying to shop around for the highest pay.
What do we start at for?
I believe this, sorry to interrupt you. I believe this request is just over 1860 something for this round of funding. It had been increased from last year. So
Thank you.
Eric, I do have a question for you. Do we do exit interviews when they leave us so that we know the reasons why? And I guess that could go to Kim.
It's not a bad thing. So we do exit interviews. We don't do them as formally as we used to. What we have found was that people will generally come in and resign, and then they would list this extraordinary list of problems that they had, but they never brought them to our attention. So we do them on a request basis. I can tell you with the seasonal summers, one of our bigger issues is that it's just a summer job. They'll come after school gets out, they'll work for a certain number of months, and then they'll return to school early, or they've got family vacations, or something else that's going on. So we find that we're hiring for the summer help 2 to 3 times a year. And that's just because they're only going to work a certain amount of time. We start our summer help at $18.42 an hour. That does need to be adjusted a little bit, but the primary reason is because of just their availability in the summer. Jess is having people that will start in May, and then they're gonna leave before July 4th, and then he's got another job posting back up.
Thank you. Councilmember Schmidt.
If I could follow up,
Mhm.
or Deputy Mayor. You know, I've found even in, you know, my business, when you're hiring the $18, $19, $20 an hour employees, that it's very difficult to keep one longer than about 6 months to a year even. It seems like that's the growing stage of a new employee, and they're looking for other jobs, and all of a sudden one comes an opportunity for $1.50, $2 an hour more, and they're jumping ship for something like that. So I don't know that it's gonna make a difference at that low wage income for this position. If, you know, if we're only getting 25 to 50% turnover, I think that's actually doing pretty good.
I think it would, depending on the increase, and I'd have to run some numbers, but I think potentially it might increase the time that they stay. I still don't find us getting people that are trying to stay the entire summer, but they might push back, maybe going back to school a week or 2 early to get a little additional money for their pocket for school.
Yeah, I do have one point.
Yes.
I think what Eric was saying with like maybe a year-end bonus or something like that, $1,000 or something like that, may encourage someone to stay throughout the season on that position, more so than $1 or $2 per hour more.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilmember Crafton.
Thank you. Part of the reason why I still left a little bit of an increase here was so that you guys could do that testing, figure out maybe something that works this year. The budget, the amount of temp wages that we have in here actually spans for basically the second half or half of this year's temp employees and the beginning half of next year's temp employees. So technically the amount they have in here covers the exact same thing that we're doing now and all the way till fiscal year next year starts. So the reason why I wanted to leave something a little bit extra is, again, the council's kind of expressing how they, you know, again, it's diving into policy, so we're trying to understand and keep that gap there. Though what we also have the understanding is that this is, again, it's somebody wants a summer job. And so they're going to want as much money as possible during that time frame there. And so I didn't want to take everything away and then you go, well, we can't try what you're offering because we have no money to try. So I wanted to leave a little bit of something there so you guys can go, hey, maybe we're going to offer this year, or maybe you're going to say starting next year, hey, come back next year and we'll give you something, you know, or we're going to increase your starting wage next year instead of it being on the fiscal year. Because from what we understand is you start them at one rate this year and they don't get a pay increase until fiscal year next year. And so what we're looking at is going, well, they came back, you're incentivizing them to come back as soon as possible. And again, that's why I wanted to leave something there. And then you can come back to us next year and say, you know, it didn't work, council, you know, we really do just need more people. And we'll go, okay, great. Thanks for, you know, the information, you know, bummer it didn't work out. Maybe we'll try something else next time. But that's, again, my idea behind shaping how we want to see this work out.
Is there further discussion?
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilmember Cottle?
Eric, I would really encourage you to get with HR and see how creative you can be to come up with the program to incentivize. I know it's hard. I went through the same thing with summer help when I ran hotels. And when you've got that many employees and you got kids in high school and you got kids in college and family stuff, it gets really tough because sometimes they just don't show up again. And I know it's a real hard thing. And I was in an end of the road community that the hiring pool was really small. So I totally understand that, but so I would really encourage you to get with HR and see how creative you can be. You know, talk to some of the employees you have now or that you hire for the summer and say, what would it take to get you to come back next year for the summer? Or what would it take for you to stay longer this summer? And get some feedback from the employees themselves and then come back to us.
Will do. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. On to number 29.
Yep, and people, if you would, let's pick up 29 on the new copy sheet. We have a highlighter here, and it's just clear copies for you. Okay, number 29, sponsored by Councilmember Graham. Let's see, within the library staff development, it's proposed to decrease the budget by $1,100.
Councilmember Graham,
Madam Deputy Mayor, I move amendment 29.
is there a second?
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councilmember Graham and seconded by Councilmember Crafton to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by amending number 29. Is there discussion? Councilmember Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We talked about this at the last, or 2 meetings ago, where the library had some money in there for tuition reimbursement. It's the policy of the city to provide for tuition reimbursement, but this is the only department that was actually allocating money towards it. And after working with our library director, he says he has no objection to pulling this out here as long as the policy still says that he can reimburse. But usually this money is not spent, so I'm not advocating for a change in policy, just for the budget to reflect actual numbers or more historical numbers.
Is there further discussion? Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. On to number 30.
Number 30, sponsored by Councilmember Graham. It's to reduce in the museum's budget advertising by $500.
Councilmember Graham.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and combine 30 and 31 since they both have to do with the disappearance of the newspaper, neither newspaper oriented ones. Is there any objection to combining 30 and 31?
No.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So,
We need a second. First you gotta
Okay.
move it.
Seconded.
Second by Councilman Johnson.
Wow.
It has been moved by Councilmember Graham and seconded by Councilmember Johnson to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number combining 30 and 31. Is there discussion? Councilmember Graham.
thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So with this one here, just reflects the fact that the Frontiersman has gone out of business, and the line item for this item in the budget specifically says we're going to advertise on Facebook and the newspaper. I mean, Facebook's ads are probably a lot cheaper than the Frontiersman's ad, but I just reduced that $1,000 that they had asked for by half to reflect the fact that we don't have a newspaper to advertise anymore. And on amendment number 31, this is a Public Works admin. Same thing here under communications. You know, there's no newspaper there to advertise in. Public Works actually advertises quite a bit. You know, we've got requests for proposals. We've got all sorts of things out there. So they use the newspaper quite a bit. So I'm looking to reduce that budget by $1,500, which is a little more than half.
Is there further discussion? Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. On to number 32.
32, also sponsored by Councilmember Graham, and what this does is reduces within code compliance, or excuse me, increases within code compliance, $8,000 in professional services other.
Councilmember Graham,
Madam Deputy Mayor, I move amendment number 32.
is there a second?
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councilmember Graham and seconded by Councilmember Crafton to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 32. Is there discussion? Councilmember Graham.
Thank you. So when we look at the code compliance budget, there's a line item in there that talks about vehicle towing, cleanup, that sort of thing. My philosophy on this was, since we no longer have animal control responsibility here in the city, and about 40% of the time, according to previous reports, was the code compliance officer spending time on animal control issues. This gives him or her more time to dedicate to these dilapidated properties, vehicle towing and cleanup. And, you know, obviously we don't go out and tow vehicles and do this other stuff. So I just recommend that we double the amount of money that he has available to spend on this from $8,000 to $16,000. Thank you.
Is there further discussion?
We have a page number for that?
Graham, do you have a page number?
Of course I do. I didn't write it down, but
Okay.
it's under police, public safety code compliance 122, and this particular line item is on page 124, I believe. 122 is the introduction to code compliance. 124 is the actual budget request. And then the line item description is on 125. It's the second item down.
Is there discussion? Hearing none. Is there an objection to the motion? Okay, hearing none, the motion.
Can I ask a clarification question, please?
Yes, go ahead,
before we-
Councilman Cottle.
Past this, Councilmember Graham, did I just hear you wrong saying that we don't do a lot of towing and stuff?
No, ma'am, but I'm saying we could do a lot more if we had budget for it and we had the code compliance officer freed up like we do now, since he's no longer doing animal control. But yeah, nuisance vehicles are a problem. Vehicles that are just abandoned on the road. Yeah, it's great that some sort of public safety goes out and tags them, but that doesn't remove them as a hazard from the roadway. So we do towing now, and this would allow us to do more if it were passed. The other part of that was basically cleanup from messes that were made, perhaps on our property, perhaps because of an accident or a burn site or something like that. This just takes some of the time, or the funds for some of the time that would have been spent on animal control, and moves those funds to time spent on this vehicle towing and cleanup.
Can I do a follow-up, please? This question is for the chief, because code compliance falls under you. Chief, if there's an abandoned vehicle on the Parks Highway within the city limits, does that fall under the troopers or fall under us?
If there is a vehicle that's parked in the right of way, in the roadway, officers, WPD, if it's inside the city, will tag it for an impound. We'll attempt to contact the owner. If it's a traffic hazard, it will get removed immediately if it's abandoned. If it's on the shoulder or the right of way, we'll tag it for 24 hours, or depending on the hours, depending on what the officer does. Then after that, we will get called in that he will come out of between the NTR tow business. And then the owner will pay that fee, for the tow company, to pick it up, or they go through the process to pay the property if there's no owner.
Do you have any just ballpark figure about how many a year we have towed now? Just a guesstimate.
From the patrol aspect?
Yes.
Oh boy, it'd be a handful. I could go back and look. From a co-compliance aspect, it's kind of there to address, we try to help out owners. We had a big issue with a large RV that was parked up the road, or up the road here, and technically it was on private property. And we were going back and forth trying to locate the owner of this abandoned RV. It was a big Class A motorhome. Ultimately, the owner of the property felt it was necessary. He took his own measures to remove it without our knowledge of it, but it was going to fall on him due to the fact that he allowed this individual to be on the property, and I didn't feel that it was necessary to pay for that. But we were trying to work with him. If it was abandoned in a parking lot, then we would use co-compliance nuisance vehicle to remove that vehicle from the parking lot that the city owns. But private property, we typically let that's the first responsibility. If there's a hardship or some weird circumstance behind it, then we work with the homeowner to see if we can help.
Okay, do we have that many though that fall under code compliance generally?
Generally, no. There'd be just a handful throughout the year. Our one thing is that we get a lot of trash, like washer dryers dumped on the side of the roadway. And I don't expect my full compliance, but we'll at least go and clean that up. Or larger couches, tables, stuff like that is kind of in the ditch. People just dump. We got more of that than vehicles.
Okay. Okay, Eric, you want, I know, you can, Eric, chime in there.
Yes, go ahead.
One thing to add to the chief's statements. Sometimes MTR won't tow a vehicle if it has no salvage value. So if it's a really wrecked out abandoned vehicle, the code compliance officer will have to pay to have it towed. We have used code compliance to help us clear right of ways as we get roads ready. There are some streets that have abandoned vehicles along the side, and he'll go and work with those neighbors and say, whose is this? You need to get this out of here. And he'll use his authority to try to get them to move their vehicles without a cost to the city. But there have been some that have had to be towed. And I forgot my second point. It is very helpful to have the funding available to make things happen, and then you can go after that person if they don't pay their fines or whatever happens. So I think it is a really useful code compliance opportunity to clean up these derelict vehicles and use their authority to improve the city.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson?
Did you beat me?
No, you got it.
Okay. So do we have a contract with somebody like Alaska Waste or something to pick up things like abandoned couches, washing machines, tires, and all the associated crap that gets dumped onto our roadways?
We, through the deputy mayor, we work with either parks or roads and PD and code compliance to figure out whose jurisdiction it is. So we had a dump going on at the by Denali, I forget the name of the street, but Denali Family Restaurant. There was a cul-de-sac down there that was really becoming a dumping zone. So streets and code compliance work together to clean that up. So that's a cost that roads usually has to bear. Code compliance worked with us on that. And then we put up barriers to stop access. So we work with code compliance based on wherever it is. If it's a kind of a city park with homeless camps and stuff, Parks goes in with code compliance to deal with it. And so it kind of depends on which jurisdiction we see these derelict activities happening.
I don't think you quite understood my question. If there was a mess, do we have a mechanism to contract a cleanup company?
Not at the moment.
If so, would we have the budget to do so?
We have tended to do it with our own staff and then pay the dump fees, but we haven't contracted with anyone to do that at this point.
I have a question. Eric, did you say Denali Family Restaurant?
Yeah, it's right on the border of the city limits. There's
The red one away out.
yeah, on the way out of town. There's a cul-de-sac back there that was becoming a dumping ground.
Okay, thank you.
City limits weirdly wraps around and grabs that like.
Well, that's what I was
Yeah.
wondering what side it was. I was like, wait.
No, I'm good.
You're good? Okay. Is there any further discussion? None? Okay, is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. On to number 33.
33, sponsored by Councilmember Graham, proposes to decrease repair and maintenance within Public Works roads by $7,500.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I move amendment 33.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councilmember Graham and seconded by Councilmember Crafton to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 33.
Thank you.
Councilmember Graham.
Thank you. I put in this amendment, because we chose not to do committee of the whole. Essentially, I wanted to ask Eric, how much money are we spending on streetlight maintenance? I mean, it doesn't show up as an individual line on the line item. This just shows up under repair and maintenance, which lists a whole lot of stuff, but it does list, $116,000. Well, anyway,
Yeah.
yeah, it does list like $15,000 for repair and maintenance of streetlights. So I'm just curious, are we spending $15,000 a year to fix streetlights, or is this money just falling into the repair and maintenance budget if it's not spent on?
Through Deputy Mayor. So streetlights tend to be expensive to procure. Those poles take a long time. So what we do is there's different styles, so we try to have enough on hand to replace the ones that either fail because of the lights going bad or are being hit by vehicles. So it's kind of hard to forecast on exactly how many we'll lose in a season, but we have had quite a number that get knocked over, and so then if we have, we'll use them out of stockpile and then we'll replace them in batches. So they can kind of be expensive when we buy 6 or 8 streetlights in different configurations to have them on hand, because we want to try to stand them up as quickly as we can.
Thank you, Eric. Madam Deputy Mayor, I withdraw this amendment. If that's okay with the second.
Is there a second?
Wouldn't that mess up our numbering?
We'll just note in the minutes that it was withdrawn.
Okay.
We normally don't withdraw, or note withdrawn, but we will for the sake of clarity.
Objection then.
On to number 34.
Yep, 34, sponsored by Councilmember Graham, proposes to increase waste disposal within Parks Maintenance by $1,000.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I move amendment 34.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Graham and seconded by Councilmember Cottle to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 34. Is there discussion? Councilmember Graham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. This one here just recognizes the fact that this year, during city cleanup days, we added responsibility to parks maintenance, essentially to go out and pick up trash bags off the side of the road as opposed to having them all brought to Iditarod. We didn't budget any money for that. What this does is this puts $1,000 in the budget for that activity to happen this year.
Is there further discussion?
Madam Deputy Mayor,
Councilmember Crafton.
just clarifying, is this where we would want this, or do we have a specific budget area that we put the dollars to track cleanup days?
They do have cleanup days specifically listed
Okay,
on
there.
page
Thank you.
168.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Is there objection to the motion? Councilmember Crafton?
No,
You got
I'm
your
just-
light on, so.
Sorry, looking here because no, I'm looking at this because it's 1,200 and then he has ending at 2,000, but increased budget is 1,000. So that'd be 2,200 total or 2,000 total.
I'm gonna blame that on Mr. Johnson because he was asleep when we started, so yeah, that's correct. It would be $1,000 increase. So.
Okay, so we want a $2,200 total. Yeah, for that. Oh, yes, for that category.
So it's 22.
Okay, it's my fault.
Is there further discussion?
No, no objection.
Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. We're on to number 35.
Number 35, also sponsored by Councilmember Graham, proposes to decrease general salaries, and Councilmember Graham, I'm not sure what department, so. You wanna-
I'm showing,
Who's general?
I'm showing 35 as, general supplies.
Oh, I didn't read your writing, I
Imagine that.
apologize.
No one can.
I got it. I know it was general supplies. I just don't.
General supplies.
You guys be careful, I'm gonna open my briefcase back there.
We have a page number for this one.
Chicken, that you just
Is-
took the dead one.
First, let's get it moved. So
So, Madam Deputy Mayor, I move amendment number 35, which is to change the general supplies budget from 132,400 to 112,400. Let me find the page number on this. This is Public Works again, and this has to do with decorations, Eric.
Seconded.
is there a second? Okay, so it has been moved by Councilmember Graham and seconded by Councilmember Crafton to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting the amendment number 35. Is there discussion and a page?
Madam Deputy Mayor, so the line item explanation is on 171 and the budget is on 168. And once again, this is one of those things I just wanted to discuss. What's the $20,000 in decorations for? Because I don't see it in previous entries, previous year's entries for that particular line item. Can somebody speak to that?
Through Deputy, Madam Mayor to Councilmember Graham. So this is a Parks Department. I've had discussions with Jesse. So when we do as we're building up the tree lighting event, what we're looking to do is purchase pre-done LED trees instead of the time, the effort, and the fun of finding a tree, cutting it, transporting it to the parks shop. Then they build the stands, then they decorate it, and they transport it. So the idea was to start getting pre-made trees that we can reuse year after year.
So in the long run, this is a budget saving operation because we're using less maintenance and is this gonna be something that repeats every year? I don't know what those trees cost, but I know if you spend $1,000 at Lowe's, you can get a pretty nice tree, but it's not meant for industrial use. But
Yeah, and part of it is trees that can be out there in the windstorms, things like that. And so we did some preliminary research trying to get, for example, getting scale to a commercial size in the 20-foot zone was actually about $15,000 for one. So it's kind of we looked at it last year to see how we can do this and be smarter about it instead of spending so much time on it. And the idea would be to use this money to kind of see how it impacts the decorations, the plans, because this event is kind of growing. And then we would kind of assess it for next following budget.
thank you, sir. Madam Deputy Mayor, I withdraw Amendment 35. If the second occurs.
Any objections?
Any objection? No. We are on to number 36.
Number 36, also sponsored by Councilmember Graham. I believe that's General Government Administration to increase legal services by $12,000.
And what that chicken scratch at the bottom says is Mayor, Madam Deputy Mayor, I move Amendment 36.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councilmember Graham and seconded by Councilmember Crafton to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 36. Is there discussion? Councilmember Graham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. What this does is this just moves or puts more money in the mayor's purse for legal. The mayor has said that she relies heavily on the opinion and actions of our legal representative, and this just kind of brings it up in line with what she's spending, and pretty much leaves it in line with that amount for the next administration.
Is there further discussion?
Can you add a page number to that, please?
57.
Yeah, it's gonna be in the 50s.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilmember
Um,
Cottle?
Councilmember Graham, when we had a discussion on this during introductions, you had stated that that time you wanted to increase the legal line item to $10,000, and you're asking for 12 now. I'd like to be able to offer an amendment to this. Just, you're adding another 12,000, and I'd like to change that to only adding 6,000.
Is there a second for that?
Graham will second it.
So we're changing it from 12 to 6?
What was that total change there?
We're gonna, instead of 12,000, it'll be 6,000.
So the ending will be 14? Is there an objection to that? Hearing none. Motion is adopted.
Is there objection to the primary? Voting essentially twice on the same thing, and the reason is somebody could offer another amendment. Is there objection to 36 as amended?
We're on to number 37.
37 sponsored by Councilmember Graham. I'm going to leave this in his report.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I move amendment number 37.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councilmember Graham and seconded by Councilmember Crafton to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 37. Is there discussion? Councilmember Graham, explain it to us.
Madam Deputy Mayor, what this does is this adds one temporary position or seasonal, however you want to look at it, it would be a seasonal position, essentially a summer internship to the planning department. What this does is this realizes that universities offer courses and degrees in urban planning, which is basically how to be a city planner. And when it says urban, that doesn't mean, you know, big, huge cities only, but it means small cities as well. And what this would do is this would add an intern at $20 an hour for May and June for a total of 7 weeks in 2027. I didn't even pretend to put numbers in here because I know they wouldn't matter. But what this does is this gives us the ability to bring ideas into the planning department, let people see what is involved in planning. Because I mean, let's face it, we're having a hard time finding a planner because there's just not a whole lot of them out there. So we do have local students. Matter of fact, we have one student graduating or just graduated from Career Tech High School, which has declared his major as urban planning at a Midwestern university, and that would be great if we could get him back here or somebody like him back here to look and see how does the planning department work? What are the real decisions that are being made as opposed to the theoretical academic decisions that are being made? It would help our planning staff, and in the long run, help us by getting our name out there and saying, hey, the city of Wasilla, Alaska, has got this internship out there, and God only knows who would apply for it. So, thank you.
Councilmember Schmidt?
So would this be a position that like the planner would have to train, or I don't know how that works. I mean, you say a temp position for 7 weeks. So the planner would actually have to train this person what they're doing every day. I don't know how that.
The planning department would be in charge of this person. I spoke with Crystal, and she thought this was a good idea. I'm not here to set policy for the planning department, but if the planning department thinks this is a good idea, this is a person they could use for whatever reasons to help develop a better knowledge of what's going on in city planning and to help with our workload. That's where I came up with this. But to answer your question is, God only knows. That would be up to the planner to decide how this person is used.
Councilmember Johnson?
I'd like to amend this and put a ending budget amount not to exceed $10,000. In my calculations, that'll be 5,600 in salaries, and then there'd be some other expenses that would go with that, FICA and all of that kind of stuff. And I think the $10,000 number would probably work in. Is that pretty close? Double the salary?
Thank you, Kim. Yes, please come. Tell us about the intern.
Was there a second to the not to exceed, or do we want to recognize that yet?
We don't want to recognize it yet.
Okay.
Okay, so within city code, we have a couple of different things. We have temporary employees and then we have interns. Interns can be paid or not paid. It's up to the city and the deputy administrator in this particular situation and the mayor. If somebody is hired as an intern or a temporary employee, they can work 119 hours a month for the duration of the assignment, or 40 hours a week for about 17 and a half weeks. Then they have to have a 13-week break in service before they could come back. According to BLS, and the last update was done in 2023, the average for a planner is going to be between $38 and $42. Yeah, it's pretty expensive. And when the city was advertising for a planner, one of the other difficulties that we found is that remote work's very popular. Now, I understand that this is proposed as a temporary or an intern, so that would account for a decrease in the cost. But even at that level, interns are wildly popular for city planners. So Councilmember Graham having somebody who he's aware of would certainly help us. I've not looked into the option, so I can tell you about recruitment for the position.
And Mr. Johnson, yeah, so it's about $5,600 in salary, and then benefits on top of that. So you're not to exceed 10,000 would certainly fit in there. So, but I don't know. Do we need, Madam Clerk? I mean, if we put in there $20 an hour, does that cover all the ancillary stuff, or how does that?
I defer to the finance department.
So at the rate and the timeline you're proposing, we're calculating approximately $6,080 for wages and benefits.
So do I need to say something about benefits, or just leave it as it is now, $20 an hour for 7 weeks?
I think, we want clarity for the record. So number 37 would be to increase temp wages and benefits.
Yes.
And then finance will do the calculation.
Yeah.
And what was that dollar amount, Jackie?
$6,080.
So to increase that line item by $6,080, because I'm assuming there already is a temp, because there's 2 fully funded temp positions in planning already, or one or 2.
There is one.
There's one.
This
So
is
we
a-
replace that position every 6 months.
Councilmember Cottle.
Madam Deputy Mayor, thank you. While I'm not opposed to the idea of having a temporary or, somebody in planning, I honestly feel like this should wait till we have a city planner, because the planner is the one that's going to be teaching them and showing them the things. And we don't have a planner right now, and our deputy administrator has had to step into that role, and she's got her plate pretty darn full. And I don't want it to fall to a clerk to teach somebody who's wanting to get that type of degree. I'm fully, on board with this whole concept, but I think it needs to wait till we have a planner. So for now, I'm going to oppose it.
I
Councilmember
understand your
Graham.
opposition. However, it would be up to the planner whether to fill the position or not. So the planner has the full authority to not fill that position. It's just funded if he or she decides that that's what they want to do.
Planner.
Is there further discussion?
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilmember Crafton.
Thank you. The concept of the idea, I think, is pretty concrete there. Maybe just a curiosity question, is there any other incentives for somebody to come here? I mean, I know with the temp aspect, not all benefits apply, but then we talk about salary and benefits, but I understand there's some that come along. Do we offer tuition reimbursement or anything like that so that there's more incentive than just making an extra, couple $1,000s over the summer and learning? I understand learning's a very valuable piece here. But is there anything else that we can do to help incentivize to make this a worthwhile investment of the person that we hire's time?
Can I comment?
So for certification, APA certification, they have to have 5 years of experience. So that would be a huge incentive for this individual, because if we keep them under the 119 hours a month, then we can extend that amount of time that we have it within budget. And that's going to help them earn that experience time in order to get their planner degree or planner certification.
And see, I would almost be interested in not putting a cap on the dollar amount. Or at least increasing it. $10,000 a little short for that, because again, we're incentivizing somebody. I mean, they're going to be realizing how great of a place this is to be. Hey, maybe I want to come back here in the future. I like the concept of it. Not 100% sold on it still, though, at this point, though.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes, no, I did not know that you were thinking about this at all, so the opportunity was sort of apropos, I guess. 2 Sundays ago, a young lady showed up at our church doing she was doing volunteer work at a YMCA camp. She's a graduate student at Harvard University doing her major in urban planning for small cities. I had a really long conversation with her, and I was thinking, boy, it'd be really good if I could get her back up here next year, because she could then be working on her master's thesis at Harvard University, a little place, no one's ever heard of it. But with such a kind of program, I was thinking, boy, if this would go through, I would immediately text her and say, hey, what about thinking on coming up and doing this? So if you were to think about this position, I think that there would be lots of potential. And what would the person get out of it? Real experience that would go into things like master's and PhD theses in real life urban planning events.
Is there further discussion?
So just to be clear, this amendment, I think Amendment 37 now says to increase benefits, salary and benefits by $6,080. Is that correct? Thank you.
Madam Deputy Mayor,
Councilmember Crafton?
I'd be interested in offering the amendment to increase it to 15,000 and just give it a round number and let the planning department handle how long they want to handle that person. The motion would be to increase the budget to 15.
15, that's fine.
Ken, through the chair to HR, are they limited by the amount of time? Would the amendment just increase the wage? Aren't temps limited by hours?
So temps are limited by hours. They can work 40 hours for a week. In Title III, it says a calendar day, a calendar week, up to 89 days. So that's about 17 and a half weeks. Or you can work them 119 hours or less a month for the duration of the assignment. So it'd really be dependent on how many hours that individual works. And of course, I would defer to Crystal. My recommendation, based on just this journal information, we don't have a job description or anything, would be keep them at that 119, so you could keep them for the duration of the summer or until budget runs out, and pick that time period based on the busiest times in the planning department.
The 119 is what we already have here.
I'm not sure are you
Sorry.
referring to the amendment, sir?
Yeah.
I haven't seen the amendment.
No, the amendment's $6,080, and that includes benefits for 7 weeks, basically salary and benefits for 7 weeks. I offered to increase it to 15,000.
I'll defer to Jackie.
Yeah.
So that 6,080, it is 7 weeks full time. So 40 hours a week is what it's calculated on
At $20 per hour.
at $20 per hour.
So, Kim, you're saying keep it at that amount.
It depends, it would be dependent on the planning schedule, and I'd have to defer to Crystal about that. If the planning schedule is real heavy in the spring, but kind of lags off as, you know, we approach summer when a lot of things have already been ordered, a contract started, or what she sees as a cycle for the department.
To Councilperson Crafton, we are busiest between the end of May until the first part of August, maybe mid-August. So the prime summertime.
So having more would give you a little bit more runway to keep the person on for a little bit more time, is what I'm understanding. Motion to increase to 15,000.
Amend, you're gonna strike 6,080 and insert, is there a second?
Second.
Is there discussion on the amendment?
Councilmember Schmidt.
So wouldn't this position now go into the next financial year?
July 1. July 1, it's effective.
This July 1 through June, till July 1st next year.
Is that your question?
Maybe I'm misunderstanding because the motion is for May and June of 2027.
Right, but it will start this year.
The money's available July 1.
Correct, but then if we're hiring for May and June of 2027, wouldn't that have to be into the budget for 2028 for it to continue beyond the?
July 1, 26 through June 30.
I see where he's getting at. Basically, technically, these dollars, because we're basically saying we're going to hire from May, and our deputy administrator, acting planner said we want to keep this person on through August almost, which technically would fall into the next calendar year. The way I almost look at this is, I mean, I know the intention is somewhat more of a summer intern program, but I mean, they could look at bringing this person on when they want more so. It's, hey, you only got this much money to spend on it, bring them on when you feel like it's going to be best to suit the planner's needs and let them run through the course with the budget that you're allotted at that point. That's kind of my thought process behind it.
And I do have a question. Do we not already have a temp?
We do different things.
Yes, we have an admin temp who processes some of the permits, like the temporary use permits, the AP permits, and so we do have a temp for the summer. We do not have a intern or somebody studying planning. This is an admin support person or position.
Can you tell us the wage of that, finance?
I can. Give me just one moment.
Thank you.
Mr. Graham, to say something.
Councilmember Graham.
Thank you. And, response to Mr. Schmidt, this, the justification for this, was assuming that this would not be filled this summer because we haven't advertised for an intern and now all the college kids, you know, that are out studying may not be available. It sounds like that may not be true from, what Mr. Johnson says, but the funds would be available, come 1 July. So yes, they could, you know, pick somebody up for it's July and work them till the next school semester starts or whatever the case is. But the idea behind this, I don't remember who was speaking to this, but the idea behind this is not to hire somebody's brother-in-law to work in the planning department. The idea behind this is to hire a student. And even though we don't have a specific policy for internships for this thing, the legislative intent behind this is to hire a student so that we're bringing somebody up through the ranks, giving them some experience as opposed to just general experience.
So the current wage for the planning temps, $22.16 an hour.
Councilmember Graham.
It might
Or
be,
Crafton, sorry.
times.
Listen, it's just lighting up on both sides. I don't even know at this point.
It's
Peripheral
okay.
vision, it's like, whoa.
Everybody's been called Councilmember Crafton tonight, so
Well,
I mean,
It's not a good thing, but
Uh,
go ahead.
this might be just more of a general question, maybe to Kim or even to Crystal there. Would we put a limitation to student when we say, are we wanting somebody that specifically already has planning experience and is continuing their education? Or are we going to open this up and say, hey, if you're interested in planning, we'd love to bring you on? Because again, my concern with that would be now we're opening the door that somebody just goes, yeah, I'm interested, and then in actuality doesn't go anywhere with it. So I'd be curious how we might handle that as well.
And I think the legislative intent here is that we're doing something to help college students determine their path forward.
Sounds good, thank you.
Kind of to add to Council Member Graham's, I can see where a position like this could benefit the comp plan. They could assist us with the comp plan. They could also assist with the Title 16 land use, the implementation of that Title 16. Those are really specific planning tasks that if people had an interest in it, they could, we could have it project specific.
Councilmember Johnson.
If we were to move forward with this, then is what I'd also put as a stipulation is that we work through the job description such that it would be open to students with the idea of them in education in either finance or urban planning or some, you're not just getting some student in there who's say an English major or whatever. And then you would want it to be somebody that has some post high school experience. You're not just taking, I'm going to go to the UAA next year. It wouldn't be the intent. The intent would be, I'm a senior at a university, or working on my master's degree or whatever. So that maybe, who knows, the person would be interested in Alaska and want to move into urban planning here. So anyway, the long and the short of that diatribe was we'd work on a job description aimed at those kind of people.
We're going to take a recess, 5 minutes. We'll be back on the record at 8:53.
You just
Back on the record at 8:53, and we are still in discussion on number 37.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilmember Cottle.
I to say I like this concept, but I think we are jumping the gun here. We don't have a planner. And if we're gonna bring in somebody as an intern, you want, and they're gonna work 40 hours a week in planning through, through the summer, you want them to be working with a planner that's mentoring them. We don't have a full-time planner right now. Crystal does a great job, but Crystal's going in 10 different, well, maybe 100 different directions. I think we're just jumping the gun on this. We need to look at this. We need to look at a job description, what a prevailing wage for this might be for somebody. But I also think we'd be doing them a disservice without having the full-time planner to mentor them correctly. So I'm gonna vote it no.
Councilmember Schmidt?
I agree. I'm gonna vote no on this as well. I don't think we're quite prepared for this yet. And I do think we can get prepared and present this maybe later on, even later on this fall or something like this after we get our plan and we come up with a solid plan on how this all works and who we really want and how we're gonna get to that position. And at that time, I would probably change my mind, but at this time, I'm a no on this.
Is there further discussion? Councilmember Graham?
Yeah, the legislative intent behind this was to start this next summer. And like I mentioned before, it's purely up to the planner to fill this position. If he or she doesn't think this is gonna be worthwhile and help move the planning department forward, they wouldn't fill it, you know? I mean, it's just like if the chief had, space for 38, commissioned officers over there, but he thought, well, I really don't need that 38th one right now. He wouldn't hire it. So this is the same for any department that's an authorized position, whether it's filled or not, is up to the department manager. And I did look at some comparable wages, and this wage is right in the lower third of comparative wages for a planner.
Councilmember Graham? Thank you. Councilmember Crafton?
Just to clarify, are we discussing the amendment to the amendment I made right now still? Are we there?
15,000.
We're right there still. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Is there objection to the motion?
Yes, I object.
I object.
Okay, thank you, council. Our first vote is on the amendment, so striking 6,080 and inserting 15. Councilmember Schmidt,
I oppose.
Councilmember Crafton,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Cottle,
No.
Councilmember Graham,
Yes.
Councilmember Rubio.
No.
Okay, so that fails, so the 15,000's off the table, we're back to the original, which is 6,080. Do we want to vote on that?
Yes.
Okay. Crafton,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Cottle,
No.
Graham,
Yes.
Schmidt,
No.
Rubio.
No.
Okay, that fails, so all the way around 37 fails.
Okay. On to number 38.
Madam Clerk, Amendment 38 was already covered in an amendment that was offered earlier, so it should be withdrawn.
Okay, on to number 39.
Thank you. This is Councilmember Graham's, and I'll turn it over to you, but it looks like I'm guessing in the patrol WPD is to add 10 fixed radar speed signs.
So I don't know if we wanted to handle this under a CIP or under a patrol, because patrol did list radar signs there, but I offer amendment number 39, which is to add 10 fixed radar speed signs. The initial number on that is $20,000.
Seconded.
Okay, it has been moved by Councilmember Graham and seconded by Councilmember Crafton to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 39. Is there discussion? Councilmember Graham?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Yeah, we've talked for years about the need for speed abatement here in the city of Wasilla, and we haven't really been able to do anything about it. Our Public Works Director did a little bit of research on these radar speed signs. Some of the ones are able to actually download data and things like that. But essentially, Councilperson Johnson and I are looking at this as a speed abatement sort of thing. Put this in areas where we have a lot of known speeding. They just bolt onto the pole and tie into the power there. So they're very easy to install and get up and running. So that also makes them portable, not, portable as in I'm going to put it here in the morning and here in the afternoon, but it makes it portable where you can move it from problem, where you can move these signs from problem area to problem area. Thank you.
Is there further discussion?
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilmember Crafton?
Thank you. So it looks like there's a potential for different options. Like it looks like here we got just so everybody knows, we got an email from our Public Works Director that just has some information to help us out here. And the data collection portion is optional. But then I'm seeing here also on the front page that they're $5,000 each, $1,500 installation. You wanted $65,000. But we're only doing a $20,000 amendment. And these ones are like you said, the bolt-on ones, just to kind of put them in a few places. I mean, with the intention to get to these more permanent solutions.
And that's my mistake on my chicken scratch. It's 70,000. Sorry about that. Not 20,000.
Oh,
So you're increasing by 70,000?
they're adding a $70,000 item. Okay.
I said the city'd have to decide whether that's a CIP or whether just a budget line item for police patrol.
Can we hear from the chief?
So, I feel like this would probably be better suited underneath Public Works for the roads division. I think it kind of goes hand in hand. My budget item that I looked for a radar cart that we're able to put into problem areas. I know that we're not talking about that. I really don't know what's out there for permanent solutions. I do know after having conversations with Eric, and maybe you can verify or refresh my memory, is that you gotta look at a power source, and I think a lot of the solar ones that are here in Alaska aren't gonna work very well. I have one in my neighborhood that I passed and the thing never works. It looks expensive, but it never works. As the ones for data, I'm all about it. Like I said, on the radar card, I think that information is valuable where I can redirect enforcement. I just don't know if it would fall underneath our budget. I think that's kind of a technicality where it would fall under, or who would manage or maintain that or service that.
Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, I would echo what the chief just said. I think it makes sense to have it be a CIP under roads. We did some research on what's available locally. The borough does have some. They do suffer from battery loss during the winter, so there will be some upkeep to replace batteries as they die. There's a solar option, and they do work for a few years, and then you have to replace batteries. But it seems like the borough's had them long enough, and that's where we went to find out what the more reliable models are that I shared with you through my roads supervisor. So that's the working cost that we came up with based on what the borough had shared with us.
Madam Deputy Mayor, can I continue?
Councilmember Crafton?
Thank you. I think these are very much needed. I know Mr. Graham and I have talked about it. I know the chief and I had a sit-down conversation around this, and part of the idea behind even the data collection ones is we can go in there and go, oh, it looks like this time of day is the time of day that is the biggest issue. And I know one of the conversations we had is traffic enforcement, and you're not just pulling over the person that you pulled over, you're pulling over every single person that saw that. They're slowing down, they're checking their speed. And instead of us having to waste as much overtime trying to do this traffic enforcement, we can go, look, these are the times of day we need to post somebody here, and we're going to put somebody there, and we're going to start checking people's speed. And it's not always that too. I mean, think about all the other issues that are brought up about people speeding. I mean, most wrecks happen because somebody was going too fast and the person pulled out of the side street because somebody else was driving too fast, gauged the distance wrong, and now we have an accident. So I think these being put in instrumental places across the city, I think this is just the initial phase of them. I think we will eventually work on putting these all over the place because again, speeding is a huge issue in our city. I highly support this wherever this needs to end up. But I really appreciate Mr. Graham putting this one forward.
Is there further discussion?
For clarity, sorry, may I please get an account number, a page number for the record?
There's several. They have to do, it's a GF transfer to roads and a revenue for roads and.
Do you want to take a few minutes to type that out?
Wouldn't this fall
Or
under a
is it-
CIP project for now?
Madam Clerk, if I could suggest, I mean, at the end of these budget meetings, finance has to go through and distill all the numbers down to a final product that we approve as the budget. I know we wanted to approve the budget tonight, but even under that system, we wouldn't have been able to do that. So as far as the specifics go for account numbers and things, I mean, my motion at the end of the night is gonna be to postpone this ordinance until the Monday meeting, cancel the Tuesday special meeting, postpone it till the Monday meeting in old business where it would be approved. Is that appropriate?
You can, but for the record, typically finance relies on the clerk's office for all the account numbers and the amendments. That's kind of the master keep, but certainly we can read that into the record on the 22nd if that's council's intent.
Well, the amendments at that point would be present, you could fill it in and provide us all the corrected
That's council's
amendments
intent.
that were
We
adopted.
can certainly do that.
Yeah, I feel like that'd be fine at that point.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to
Nope, we're good.
tell people how to do things, I'm just
No,
trying to
we're good.
expedite it at
Yes.
9:05 meeting.
Yes, if the intent is to carry it over to the 27th, Councilmember Leonard, or Consultant Leonard.
Work for you, Ted?
I guess, again, I'm sorry, council, what is the amount?
70.
70,000. Yes, sir.
Is there further discussion on it? Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. Now we're on number 40.
And I know nothing about 40.
Let's make, sorry.
Okay, yep.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I move amendment 40.
Okay, do we have a second? I don't know, we just need a
Graham
second.
seconds.
It has been moved by Councilmember Crafton and second by Councilmember Graham to amend fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 40. Is there discussion? Councilmember Crafton.
Thank you. Sorry, just getting to the page here. We're on page 64, if everyone wants to jump there.
64.
Yeah, I'm giving everybody a second here to collect themselves before I start talking. So I mentioned earlier when Mr. Schmidt and I were making some adjustments to general supplies here. This one here is directly to the general administration budget. What I saw as a trend here was just a large amount of general supplies, small tools and equipment really being shifted around. Kind of to walk you through this one here. So under other purchase services in the detail on page 65, you'll see that it is for office furniture, but every other department has office furniture listed under supplies, not purchased services. So that's one is just more of a cleanup here. So it'd be taking the 1,000 out of services and only putting 500 of it back under small tools and equipment, which is where most of the office furniture lives across the rest of the budget. So we're reducing office furniture essentially by $500 there. The other one is general supplies by being reduced by $2,500. I looking through, again, saw a lot of general supplies being used across this budget. A lot of times this money gets pulled out. One of the things the clerk and I have discussed is general supplies, especially for City Hall, should live under the non-departmental section of the budget, where essentially it's all the notepads and the pens and the pencils and all of the supplies to operate the City Hall more so specifically, because everybody uses it, everybody shares it. This would prevent double buying of stuff. And so I would like to see that shift happen, but for the sake of where we're at, I just want to start seeing some of these general supplies get cut back a bit. So that's the reason for kind of the combination effect of all of this here.
Is there further discussion?
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilmember Graham.
Thank you. So Crystal, if you would remind me again, your general supplies budget funds pretty much the whole wing, upper wing of this building. Is that correct or incorrect?
So it accounts for some paper citywide, as well as I think some janitorial services, and it's kind of a catch-all, but primarily the supplies for citywide. And I know Jamie was able to get more detail from procurement on that box. She gave a really good detailed description.
And in the past, you had not spent this much money before, which I think was part of the reason it probably came up. Do you have objection to the $7,500 number?
So through the chair, if I may, to the council. So during when this was discussed at the last meeting, and I didn't catch this till after the meeting, I received a Teams message that said it's mainly office supplies, mainly for City Hall, paper, janitorial, basic supplies for the supply closet, kitchen items, etc. Specialty items are ordered by the department. So, I mean, I would think depending on what we spent, this is paper, like when the clerk's office needs paper for the copy machine, we go up to that room. I know that in there, we don't use them, but I notice envelopes, citywide envelopes. That's the only information I have. Janitorial supplies are in that room. Imagine that's where all the toilet paper, plastic bags come from, all the cleaning supplies, Kleenex, all that kind of stuff.
So shouldn't we have a non-departmental general supplies budget that covered that's kind of the catch-all for all of this instead of it living in?
It's always lived in my budget, but I've never coded anything to it.
Right.
So I don't know if 7,500 is adequate or not. Comes out
Jackie?
of procurement.
I definitely wouldn't be opposed to setting up a non-departmental. It may make more sense than putting it through a specific department. It's just not something we had done before, but definitely something we could entertain.
Because I mean, and I feel like it'd affect a lot of departments if you did that, just because you'd probably have to go through and quantify how much of the shared supplies are getting used through the different departments and going, okay, this department doesn't need that much now because they're not buying that thing. I mean, I know like finance, I think in yours, you guys have calculators, for instance, that you put in there. But I mean, even then still, I think a lot of those would be more or less a shared non-departmental general supplies budget. So I mean, I'd be curious what the rest of the council's input would be on that one.
Councilmember Cottle.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I have no problem with this being changed to a non-departmental. I think it makes more sense.
Is there further discussion?
Madam Deputy Mayor. So if we were to say you wanted to have a general supplies non-departmental, is that something that, I mean, Monday will come back? I still plan on looking through, maybe I'll have a couple more amendments come Monday. I know I have a few more tonight I wanted to walk through. is that something Monday you'd be able to have put together, or is that not reasonable request?
We could definitely have something put together. As far as it affecting every individual budget, I'm not sure if we could get that deep into it just yet, but we can definitely move the bulk of it out of deputy administrator's budget. Just don't know if there'd be enough time to go through.
I mean, I'd be interested in at least starting that, because then you guys can figure out what it looks like, and then next year's budget's gonna come back and it's gonna reflect appropriately, I think, at that point.
Okay.
Councilmember Cottle?
Oh, go ahead, you were
Oh,
first. Go ahead.
I didn't see it. Councilmember Schmidt?
So, are you asking to have all the supplies for all the departments added together, or just the ones that are in this building?
So it would just be this building, I believe. Police chief, you've got your own general supplies. That's all the copier paper, et cetera, that gets housed at the police station. And then same with Curtis. Basically, it's all the individual buildings would have their own version of it, if I'm correct. And I feel like, I mean, again, this might not happen now, but it would be theoretically, you would have you wouldn't need a non-departmental for every category, because MATCOM's only MATCOM over there. The police station's only police over there. But specifically City Hall, because you have so many different departments housed under one roof, essentially it would help with the catalog of supplies that are flowing through this building.
Councilmember Johnson?
You know, we're at the 11th hour in this budget at this point, and to redo a major thing like trying to do what you're trying, having one centralized office budget and supplies across all the department, and then trying to really put the whole thing together and approve it at this hour, I think is the wrong time to do this. Now, if we want to give direction for next year's budget, that's a good idea. I mean, I would support it then, but at this point, let's get through this budget and let's get what we need with all 40 some amendments, so that we're not waiting at the last hour and having a meeting that goes till midnight on the 22nd, because at that point, we have to vote this either in or out, because we've run out of time.
And if I just may chime in, the meeting of the 22nd, there's quite a few items on there, including 3 executive sessions. I think we decided on 2 or 3 for sure. 2 for sure, 1 maybe more. We have the sales tax presentation. That's just off the top of my head, and there's several other items. Really, the intent, I thought, was if we needed the 22nd, it was for just a final little tying the bow on, not to process many, but I mean, ultimately it's up to the council.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilmember Cottle?
Councilmember Crafton, if I can just get some clarification from you. When you talk about moving this into a non-departmental budget line, which I have no problem with, are you talking about tracking how much each department uses out of that?
I think that's probably administrative and policy level question. I think it's more so to keep the catalog of general supplies that are being shared throughout the city under one roof per se, instead of having different departments that might be, I don't know if the word double dipping is the correct term here, but double buying supplies that otherwise have already been purchased.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't wanting like a check in, check out of that. I don't think
They want to
we
do
should
that,
be
that's on
doing
you.
that. That's not in our
Yeah, no.
in our bucket of tools here. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Councilmember Graham?
Thank you. And the amendment before us is just numbers. It's not asking us to make a policy or anything like that. That's what the administration is for. I mean, if we want to see them do general supplies differently, then we should, have a discussion with the mayor, and the mayor can come forward and say, all right, I've changed my mind. This is, this is or isn't working, and this is how we're going to do it going forward. But right now, we're just essentially deciding whether to take $2,500 out of the supply budget for City Hall.
Is there further discussion? So is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted.
Madam Deputy Mayor, if we could take a brief at ease or recess, whichever is needed. I have, well, actually, no, I have 3 amendments that can be copied, but I have 2 I have questions on, so maybe we can discuss while copies are being made.
Okay.
Yeah,
You're gonna go make copies and he's gonna discuss. We're gonna keep
yeah, we'll
rolling.
keep it rolling. I almost took set at ease. If I could, Madam Deputy Mayor, I don't know if we want a committee of the whole this, but if we need to, we can. Going back to the FTE we added for the police officer, do we need an amendment to pull the funds from the budget so we did the vacancy factor like we did, where we're only adding a position, not the actual funding for it like we had discussed? Because technically, based on the amendment that we put forward, we actually added all of the funding for it and the position, whereas one of the things that was discussed during that time was adding or just adding the position, not the funding.
I'm sorry, do you happen to remember which amendment number that was?
Well, there was no amendment because it basically, we had an amendment that we were going to remove the FTE position. Sorry, I spoke backwards. We were going to remove the FTE position in police. We chose not to. And so now the funding still exists. Based on the conversations on the council, we wanted to not have vacancy factor in there or have
Number
vacancy.
21.
And so now I'm asking, would we need to amend the budget to essentially remove that funding? So all that exists is the position, not the funding for the position.
If it is the will of the council to remove that funding, then yes, we would need another amendment to remove that funding. The way it is built right now is to include the funding for that one position and then take a vacancy factor off the top.
Be curious to hear from the rest of the council on that one.
Is there, light it up. Councilmember Johnson.
We had already agreed, I believe, to keep the police budget to the level that we had as far as the FTE. Which amendment was that?
21.
21? No, the 21 was the position.
Correct.
Okay, that amendment included the funding. Okay, when we voted that down, that left the funding in place. Okay, and I believe that we should keep that funding in place. Now, as my comments were originally, is what that actually gives us is a little bit of a one budget slush fund in there. Okay, and I realize that. I'm willing to accept the one budget slush fund. Because that's really what we've done. Okay, in one case, we said we're going to hold to the empty position. And in another case, we said, yeah, we're going to keep the position there with its funding. So, okay, I'm happy with that. It gives us a little bit of wiggle room, which is fine. And I would want to keep that funding there as the wiggle room that we would ever need, but it's there. Thank you.
Councilmember Graham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So I think we're looking at apples and oranges here. If we decide that we don't want that FTE, we come forward not with a budget amendment, but with a, ordinance that says, staffing level for the police department is set at this level. And by doing that, essentially, you would then be removing the money from the budget, because to comply with that, then you would not have that money there. But we already approved the budget for, I can't remember, what, 32 certified officers. So the two go hand in hand. You know, so if we reduced FTEs, which wouldn't happen at a budget hearing, then it would automatically reduce the budget. I mean, that's.
I wasn't
And then finance would just tell us, okay, if you do that, you know, $166,000 comes out of the budget. Thank you.
I wasn't trying to reduce FTEs. I was talking about the salary, overtime, and benefits that come along with it. So we had an amendment before us that I think we shot down. Maybe that was the 21.
21.
Yeah, that was the one where we were gonna add the vacancy factor back into the budget to reflect all of the current commissioned officers. And so currently the budget reflects, I think it's 2 or 3 less positions than what he's capable of taking on.
If we're talking, excuse me, Deputy Mayor to Councilman Crafton, if we're talking about Amendment 21, that amendment failed, and that was for the new FTE for the police position. That's different than the
Amendment
vacancy.
10.
Oh, you're,
I did, but because everybody else was, so I was trying to remember where we were at.
So we're rolling in number 10.
Yeah, so if you look at Amendment 10, remove vacancy factor to reflect actual projected wages, allocated FTEs. And that failed. So with the council, the will of the council was basically, we don't want to add, so this would make it so the chief would have to come back to us to hire a certain number of positions. As of right now, basically the next commissioned officer he hires, he doesn't have to come back to the council for it. That's essentially how it stands right now.
correct.
It would be, the amendment that I basically would offer, is removing the salary and benefits along with the commissioned officer we just added. So we're not removing the FTE.
You're adding vacancy factor.
I'm adding vacancy factor. Which is what you have.
Yeah, that's what I asked for.
I'll state that in a motion for discussion purposes.
Okay.
So motions.
That motion is made. So we need a second? Is that
I'll
what you just
second.
said? Okay.
So both 10 and 22 failed. 21 failed, which means that at current, the budget stands as presented in the beginning budget discussion, and I'm comfortable with that. All right? That's just where I'm at with that. So if we want to take and start cutting the amount that we had on 10 even further, because that's really what your proposal would do, I'm not for that.
So Councilman Crafton, can you repeat what your motion is now that we are on record?
Yeah, motion would be, now that we have the other amendment, motion is Amendment 41, which would be,
It would not be 41
Well-
because we already have 41. So
well, now that we have these,
now we have to go 44. That's out
or
of
do we,
order.
do we have to wait, Madam
We have
Clerk?
to wait. We have to wait.
Let's
He's
go to
gonna put
41.
in.
Okay,
We're
let's
gonna
go
go to
41. We'll
41.
table.
So
Madam Mayor, I move
writing
Amendment
it-
41.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay,
We could
so it
state
has
what
been
the
moved by
amendment is.
Councilmember Crafton and second by Councilmember Cottle to amend fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 41. Is there a discussion? Councilman Crafton.
Thank you. Amendment 41 would be cutting small tools from the information technology department. Just looking at, sorry, let me pull this back up. We're on page 92. Small tools here. Based on what's been spent, I just don't see it tracking for this year, and so I feel like the amount requested is a bit high, and so I would like to just reduce that by 5,000 to give them around $7,000. $7,000.
Is there more discussion? Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. On to number 42. Madam Clerk,
Madam Deputy Mayor, I move Amendment 42.
is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second that.
It has been moved by Councilmember Crafton and second by Councilmember Schmidt to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 42. Is there discussion? Councilman Crafton.
Just background, same thing. The amount of money that is being requested is not being spent.
Is there further discussion? Hearing none, is there an objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. On to number 43. Someone going to move it?
Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, I move Amendment 43.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
It has been moved by Councilmember Crafton and second by Councilmember Schmidt to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 43. Is there discussion? Councilman Crafton.
Again, just to state the same thing with the other ones is money's not being spent, and so I'm just reducing the budget to reflect that.
Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. On to your new one that you haven't written, number 44. Great question. What is it?
I didn't write anything. It was just a question I was asking. So that's
Are we writing it
so
now?
Madam Deputy Mayor, I move Amendment 44, which would be removing the wages and benefits associated with the new the new FTE position that was added, effectively adding the vacancy factor to the new FTE commissioned officer position.
Is there a second?
I'll second. I'll second.
Okay. It has been moved by Councilman Crafton and second by Councilmember Cottle to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget by adopting amendment number 44. Is there discussion? Councilman Crafton, can you repeat that?
So just to clarify, and finance might be the one to have to write this one out. Basically, it would be removing the salary, any overtime and benefits that would be associated with the new FTE position that we are keeping in the budget. There's multiple line items that would be associated with that, so that's, I understand finance would need it.
Is the
That's
intent
complex.
to move that over to the vacancy?
Correct.
factor? Okay.
Is there further discussion?
I oppose this.
Okay, is there discussion?
I oppose it.
Councilmember Graham?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna oppose this based on, I don't think we're doing what people think we're doing here. If we just move the vacancy factor of one FTE, that was not what Amendment 10 was about. I mean, we're either gonna, what Amendment 10 was about was to remove the vacancy factor from the police department. And we turned that down. We said, we can't have 10 departments using a vacancy factor and one department not. But so now, to come back in and say, essentially, the way I'm reading this is you're doubling the vacancy factor for this new position. It doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't pencil out to me. So I'm gonna vote against it.
Is there further discussion?
I guess just to make sure everybody's on the same page here, the council, the way the council stated is we wanted vacancy factor to be reflected in the budget. So if you had positions that were open and not being filled, the salary, wages, and our salary and benefits that went along with those positions are not in this budget. We went ahead and added, we haven't approved the budget yet, but the fact that we didn't pass an amendment removing it tells, as the council wants to add, a full-time commissioned officer to the police budget. And all I'm doing is essentially keeping in line with what we're doing already by saying, all right, we'll add the employee, but we're not gonna add their wages. So if the chief tomorrow hired somebody, he would have to come back to us. As it stands, if we pass this budget right now, he would not need to come back to us for the first person he hired. After that is when he would have to start coming back to the council. So again, all I'm doing is asking that if we want vacancy factor, then vacancy factor exists. But all of a sudden we added a position and we don't want vacancy factor. So it's, again, the whole conversation we had earlier was we don't want to do it for one department, but we're going to do it, apparently we're going to do it for one employee.
Councilmember Johnson.
That's exactly right. Ian, you've got it, you hit it exactly, and that's why I will vote it down. Because we added the position, which means that he should go out and start recruiting for that position right now. Okay? If we take and we add the position, then we have a vacancy factor, and then we take out yet another position. Okay, you've double counted that. And yeah, we have. If we take out 3, I add a position, and then I take out another one, I took out 4. Well, that's not quite right. We never really did add anything then. Okay? So, no, I'm not for this at all.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilmember Cottle.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councilman Johnson. I totally disagree with you. We're adding an FTE, but he already has a vacancy factor on his vacant positions. This keeps it consistent is all it does. And I think consistency is very important. Otherwise, you're gonna have every department that has a vacancy factor. When they want another person, they don't want a vacancy factor on that and will be inconsistent across the board. And I think that's not a good thing to do it for one department and not other departments. And I don't think that's a really good thing for finance to have to deal with.
Is there further discussion? Is there objection to the motion?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Johnson, how do you vote?
No.
Councilmember Cottle?
Yes.
Councilmember Graham?
Did you say Graham?
Graham.
Okay, thank you. I vote no, thank you.
Councilmember Schmidt?
No.
Councilmember Crafton?
Yes.
Councilmember Rubio?
Yes.
Well, the motion fails. It's 3-3 with council members Cottle, Crafton, and Rubio in support, Graham, Schmidt, and Johnson opposed.
Madam Deputy Mayor.
Councilmember Crafton.
Thank you. I more so just have some questions on one last department. Just looking over some numbers here. Could we have Lori come up if we could? I just had some questions on a section here.
What page are you?
I'm on page 209 on the MATCOM budget.
Yes.
Thanks, Lori.
Yes.
Giving everybody a second here to turn pages before I start asking questions. I was just looking at this year's and last year's general supplies, small tools and equipment. We had approved, it looks like lower amounts last year and for general supplies specifically, and it's almost doubled this year. But then I see a lot of money got moved into small tools and equipment from last year's, or not last year's, into this year's budget for small tools and equipment. So I'm just trying to figure out where all of this is going around. How we're
Um,
getting to where we're at with some of these numbers.
I know that we had a lot of repairs we had to do. We had, our consoles break down. That was a huge expense. We had to have a company fly in and fix them. And I'm not sure what all else we had to do, but just part of the new call handling. We had some extra expenses come up there for supplies. And other than looking at the actual expenditures, I'd have to do some research.
Yeah, thank you. And then my other question would be gasoline. I believe you have the deputy administrator's old vehicle now.
Yes.
It looks like in years past, FY23 actual was, I mean, sub $1,000. Now we're at 109%, at almost $2,200 in gas. I mean, just looking comparatively, that's more gas than the mayor's spending. I'm curious.
I do a lot of trips back and forth over here, a lot of trips, many over to WPD this year. Been to the airport several times. So, yeah, lots of trips.
Gotcha. That's all I got. I was just curious. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Johnson? No, sorry. Okay. We are officially.
Madam Deputy Mayor,
Councilmember Graham?
I move to postpone consideration of ordinance serial number 2626 until the next regular meeting on Monday,
Yep, the 22nd.
Monday, the 22nd. And just so you know, this would involve canceling the meeting scheduled for tomorrow.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved by Councilmember Graham and seconded by Councilmember Crafton to postpone ordinance number serial 26-26 as amendment to the June 22nd, 2026 regular meeting. Is there discussion?
Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm ambivalent towards this. If the intent is to come back with additional amendments to the budget from the council, then I think that we need to come back tomorrow. If, on the other hand, it is the intent of the council to approve the budget with the existing amendments that we have in there, such that it could be done on an up and down vote after we verify that the amendments have been put into the budget, I would agree with this. So I would like to know the intent of the council at this point before we take a vote on this.
Can I say one thing? Just for information sharing. So the packet for the 22nd is actually closed. It is scheduled to publish on Wednesday. Tomorrow's Tuesday. These will not be ready to be included in the packet. The best I can commit to is to work with finance and have them emailed out or hard copies in your boxes that you'll have to come and pick up. So just information sharing.
And I mean, Madam Deputy Mayor, excuse me, sorry. We would have the corrected number though come Monday, right? I believe we get a new paper or two, or it's one because it's the actual ordinance document stating what the new reflected number is. That would come Monday. To Mr. Graham, I mean, I'm the one that made the comment about additional amendments. I mean, I can't promise anything because I mean, I'm still reviewing the budget. I've truly only haven't had enough time to fully look at this. I've gone through this 4 times now and I'm still finding things that I have questions on. So, I mean, you can't force the council to agree at this time that no amendments will be made until the budget's passed.
Councilmember Graham?
Yeah, it was my intent with this ordinance to see that because there were no more amendments offered tonight, that the amendment process was essentially complete. However, you can't, if an ordinance is on the floor, it's on the floor. It can be amended. So, but my intent is not to have another 5-hour budget meeting, you know, is to, for us to look at things. And if it's a $300 change or something like that, well, then maybe we don't need to talk about it. So, but my intent is to just move on, essentially get an up or down vote after discussion, of course.
Okay. No further discussion. Is there an objection?
Madam Mayor, or Madam Deputy Mayor? Yes, I object. I mean, until we know what's going to happen and realizing that we have a time frame in front of us, then I think that we need to meet tomorrow. If people really need to go through the budget and to do more hand wringing and more amendments to a large degree, you know, we're at the end of our budget process. So no, I don't agree about canceling tomorrow's meeting. If there isn't the major intent to going through and adding a whole lot more amendments.
Is there further discussion? Since there's objection, can we take a vote?
Councilmember Cottle,
Would you please state what the amendment is after all that?
absolutely. The motion on the floor before
Sorry.
the body is two-part. It's to postpone ordinance serial number 2626, which is the budget ordinance, to the June 22nd regular city council meeting, and to cancel the special meeting scheduled for tomorrow on budget deliberations.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I vote yes.
Councilmember Graham,
Yes.
Councilmember Schmidt,
Yes.
Councilmember Crafton,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
No.
Councilmember Rubio.
Yes.
The motion passes with council members Cottle, Graham, Schmidt, Crafton, and Rubio in support, Councilmember Johnson opposed. So we will cancel tomorrow's meeting. That'll be reflected probably in the morning, if not tonight, and we will see you here on the 22nd.
Wowzers. There's no new business, so we'll move to audience comments, which is a time for members of the public to share their views with the council. This is not a question and answer period or a time for dialogue. Speakers may be referred to administration, or issues raised may be taken under advisement by council or administration. Seeing nobody in the audience, we will close that and bring it back to the dais. Madam Clerk? No comments. Councilmember Johnson?
Good meeting. Look forward to finally passing the budget.
Councilmember Crafton?
Thank you. Really good meeting. I know it's a lot of amendments here, but I mean, it's part of the process. I mean, a lot of it's just because we ask a lot of questions and then we have to sit here and figure out what we want to do. And a lot of times we can't figure out our amendments until after we have questions answered. I mean, that's honestly the hardest part, is when we have such a condensed time frame. I mean, we went from questions not even a week ago to now we're having to make amendments on this budget. So, I mean, that's just my thought on it, is sometimes it takes a couple times looking through this year's budget, comparing it to last year's budget, to clarify that the money's being spent how the council wants it to go. So I appreciate everybody being here. I know it's been a almost 5-hour long meeting, so thanks all for hanging out here with us.
Councilmember Graham?
Thank you. Thanks, everybody, for being here. As Councilmember Crafton mentioned, this has been a long meeting, but the primary job of the city council is to control the money of the city, and therefore we can't do that without a budget, or we don't have any idea how we're doing it, how well we're doing it without something to compare it to, which is the budget and the spending patterns in history. So this, has been a long meeting, a long process. And for next year, I would suggest if we're gonna do these special meetings, don't do them back to back. Let's do one Monday and then do one Thursday. So we have time to examine exactly what the effects of the changes are and to come back and do things. This Monday and Tuesday thing last week, I think I won't say it robbed me of the opportunity to do the kind of research that I wanted to do, but it stood in the way. So, just a suggestion, for next year, and, we'll move forward and go from there. Thank you, staff, for everything that you've done. Thank you, council, for listening.
Councilmember Cottle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I think it was a good meeting tonight. The one thing I like about our council is that we don't always agree, but we can agree to disagree.
Mhm.
And nobody takes anything personally. We all work really hard together, which I think is great that, you know, there's a lot of government bodies that don't work as well together as we do. So I appreciate that we can agree to disagree. Thank you, staff, for answering our questions, which there's always many. And sometimes the questions we ask, we put more tasks on you, and I thank you for that. I do want to let people know tomorrow night, Borough Assembly, there is going to be testimony on the proposed sales tax, which we as a city have opposed. I think it's good for us to show our support for our city and against the sales tax, and bring your popcorn. It'll be a long meeting. Thank you.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, thank you for the great meeting. Appreciate all the input that you guys got for us. Possibly maybe next year, I would like to see a little bit different format when we're going through the presentations. Maybe we go through your individual numbers at the same time as the presentation. So, and then when we do further on discussion, we'll already have the presentation of what we're doing and the numbers, so we can kind of move forward a little bit faster.
Thank you. Great meeting tonight. Way to work it. I wish we would have got it done. I don't know what's to come on Monday. We have a full load. It's kind of scary, guys, and we're running out of calendar days, but we're gonna work as a team and get it done. And with that, there's no further business at hand. I'm adjourning the meeting unless an objection is raised. Hearing none, the meeting is adjourned at 9:50.
That's how.